Hey everyone, this is a piece titled The Soviet Union is Dead, the quote Russian question remains. Part 1, The Communist Past, Myth and Reality by Julius Jacobson. This is from New Politics, Volume 5, Number 2, New Series, whole number 18, Winter 1995. So here we go. The turbulent 30s opened on a landscape already scarred and battered by cruel and corrosive winds generated by the crash of 1929, eroding faith in the American dream, uprooting the lives of countless Americans, leaving in their wake an army of unemployed numbering in the millions. Particularly when viewed through a radical lens, the social panorama circa 1930 resembled a wasteland. The trade unions were all but decimated, and the left was barely visible, seemingly impotent and irrelevant to American life. Yet, during the Great Depression, America's industrial proletariat, so quiescent in 1930, revealed its amazing and inspirational capacity for renewal and struggle, so much so that by the middle of the decade, workers laid siege, sometimes literally and often successfully, to what had only yesterday appeared impregnable citadels of corporate America. The working class not only built its unions and achieved economic gains, but was able to wrest important social and legal concessions from both the governing political party and the juridical guardians of American capitalism. The millions rallied to newly created industrial unions in the CIO and the AFL craft unions, and tens of thousands occupied factories and the famous sit-down strikes, was more than a manifestation of the, quote, instinctive self-mobilization of the masses, end quote, as some radical theorists would have it. There was an element of spontaneity in the powerful upsurge of class struggle militancy, but most decisive was the indispensable engagement of political activists who were members of organized parties or sects, and a large number of politically experienced unaffiliated radicals who had developed organizational and administrative skills in one or another wing of a broadly defined left, and contributed to building and shaping the contours of a renascent trade union movement. Aiding the upsurge in trade union strength and militancy was perceived by the left as good in and of itself, but many socialists were additionally motivated to participate in the great labor struggles by the prospect, so they really believed, that the workers would follow through on the revolutionary implications of taking over a factory to advance their economic interests, that they would be politically radicalized by their experience, develop a social consciousness transcending bread and butter demands, grow receptive to socialist ideas, and, before long, nourish and flesh out the left's gaunt structures. Others had the more modest, still exhilarating expectation that out of the struggle between capital and labor, there would emerge a broad independent political party of the working class, a labor party. It never worked out that way. The socialist movement benefited hardly at all, not even in the short run, and the Labor Party vision proved ephemeral. Several reasons for these failed expectations are central to our discussion of the, quote, Russian question, and will be touched on later, but to set the stage for that discussion, it is important to note that socialist optimism in the 1930s, more precisely the mid-1930s, led to higher levels of political commitment and at times to an almost frenetic degree of activism. More public forums, quote, educational work, more street corner meetings, quote, agitational work, endless leafleting of working-class neighborhoods, hawking or distributing party literature on the streets, at housing projects or outside factory gates. There was the missionary assignment known as, quote, contacting, uninvited proselytizing visits to the homes of those who, somehow or other, wound up as, quote, contacts on a well-guarded list of possible recruits. There were the additional time demands on comrades expected to be involved in trade union work, or active in unemployed circles or neighborhood and social organizations, and for those in such, quote, fractions in non-party organizations, there was the additional obligation to meet with one another and with party leaders to discuss what policy and strategy to pursue in their unions and, quote, outside organizations. And there was considerable more to absorb the 30s activists, above all in the intensely ideational revolutionary left of my experience, where local branch meetings, citywide conferences, and national conventions were often turned into ideological battlegrounds and what appeared to be the permanent war of the questions. As opposing factions fought over the trade union question, the American question, the Negro question, the woman question and the Jewish question, the national question and the international question, and always, of course, the organizational question, and ... The list is almost inexhaustible. The debates were never polite exchanges. If polemical thrusts had lethal force, most in the revolutionary movement I knew would have perished prematurely. Eliminating the cadre who cranked the handles of antiquated mimeograph machines, spitting out pages, not always legible, to be manually collated and stapled into volumes of discussion articles, majority and minority reports, theses and resolutions, nor would there have been an audience. The intensity of factional combat in the war of questions was often excessive, to say the least, as debated question frequently escalated into what was called a split question, leading to further fragmentation of an already badly fractured socialist left. Unfortunately, any number of leftist chroniclers seized upon the fierceness of those debates to disparage, even mock our concerns. Yet whatever the incongruities and sectarian excesses, those debates reflected an admirable appreciation of the relevance of ideas and principles to building movements of struggle for social transformation. More than that, an objective reading of the, quote, sectarian literature of the period, polemics and, quote, internal bulletins included, revealed a level of sophistication, knowledge, passion, and literateness that might benefit many academic historians, theorists, and activists today. Footnote, for example, The New International, a monthly revolutionary Marxist publication between the years 1934 and 1941, included articles by Sidney Hook, Max Eastman, Hal Draper, Max Shachtman, A.J. Must, Harold Isaacs, Ludwig Lohr, Dwight MacDonald, C.L.R. James, Irving Howe, James Burnham, Danielle Guerin, Alfred Rosemer, and Leon Trotsky. End footnote. Of all the questions, the preeminent one was the notorious, quote, Russian question. When the, quote, Russian question was on the agenda, discussion and debate often spilled over until late at night at some eatery favored by radical habitues, I guess that's how you say that, Habitue with an accent S, where stale Danish, washed down by incredibly bad coffee, only seemed to stroke the appetite for discussion and mapping factional strategy. Here, too, some chroniclers of the old left, more accurately the old socialist left, dismissed the concentration on the Russian question as an unseemly offhand manner, as the hallmark of Talmudic sectarians preoccupied with the recondite minutiae of Russian history. More egregiously, since almost all factions debating the Russian question shared a common opposition to Stalinism, this charge of sectarianism is a political judgment, accompanied, as it often is, by innuendos and explicit criticisms that the socialist left was more concerned with promoting, quote, anti-communism than getting down to the nitty-gritty of building progressive movements in the U.S. That criticism is without the slightest merit. I'm going to repeat that, even though it's not in italics. That criticism is without the slightest merit. The Russian question deserved to be a central concern of American socialists. It still does. In a fundamental way, the Russian question did relate to the nitty-gritty of building progressive movements in the U.S. When one looks at the critics closely, as we will do, it becomes apparent that what irked so many was less the authentic old left's concern with the Russian question than the fact that the results of the relevant discussion, study, and debate led many to an uncompromising repudiation of Stalinism. New section. The relevance of the Russian question. The Russian question loomed so large in our political and personal lives precisely because, among other reasons, the Russian question did relate to building and advancing progressive and radical causes in the United States. In many ways, both subtle and apparent, almost all major international and domestic questions and events were linked to the Russian question. In the early 1930s, Stalinism had already consolidated Stalinism's power in the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Party had the ultimate say in determining what course could be taken by a national party affiliated to the Third International. Subordinating the interests of the working class in all countries to those of the Soviet Party/state. Above all, in countries where communist parties were mass movements, Above all, in countries where communist parties were mass movements, it was impossible to understand and intelligently respond to critical moments in national history in isolation from the Russian question. The relative ease of Hitler's rise to power, the German question, cannot be explained if divorced from the disastrous policies imposed on the powerful but subservient German communist movement by the Soviet Union during the so-called, quote, Third Period. The shattering defeat of the Spanish Revolution, the Spanish question, cannot be fathomed without taking into account the manipulation, cynicism, and treachery of Soviet involvement. A study of the Russian question also sheds light on the evolution of the French Popular Front, as well as the historical events in China, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and the colonial and semi-colonial world. The communist movement in the United States was a significant force in the trade unions during the 30s and 40s, primed to adjust its trade union activity to conform to Soviet ambitions. If one is not blind to the American Party's slavish fidelity to the Soviet Union, it becomes clear that the Russian question had a profound effect on the American trade union question. The direct relevance of the Russian question to American political life is illustrated in the formation of the communist-dominated Progressive Party and the calamitous Wallace presidential campaign of 1948, which was pressed on a hesitant Communist Party USA by the Soviet Union to satisfy Cold War objectives, suggesting that in a fundamental sense the Progressive Party was less an American phenomenon than a phenomenon that happened in America. One second, I'll look this up. Wikipedia says the Progressive Party was a left-wing political party in the United States that served as a vehicle for the campaign of Henry A. Wallace, a former vice president, to become president of the United States in 1948. The party sought racial desegregation, the establishment of a national health insurance system, an expansion of the welfare system, and the nationalization of the energy industry. The party also sought conciliation with the Soviet Union during the early stages of the Cold War. Wallace had served as vice president under Franklin D. Roosevelt, but was dropped from the Democratic ticket in 1944. Following the end of World War II, Wallace emerged as a prominent critic of President Harry S. Truman's Cold War policies. Henry Wallace's supporters held the 1948 Progressive National Convention, which nominated a ticket consisting of Wallace and Democratic Senator Glenn H. Taylor of Idaho. Despite challenges from Wallace, Republican nominee Thomas E. Dewey, the Strom Thurmond of the segregationist Dixiecrats, Truman won election to a full term in the 1948 election. Wallace won 2.4% of the vote, which is far less than the share received by Theodore Roosevelt and Robert M. La Follette, the presidential nominees of the 1912 and 1924 Progressive Party tickets, respectively. Neither of those parties was directly related to Wallace's party, though these parties did carry over ideological groups and influence many members of the 1948 Progressive Party. In 1950, at the outbreak of the Korean War, Wallace recanted his foreign policy views and became estranged from his former supporters. The party nominated attorney Vincent Hallinan to run for president in 1952, and Hallinan won 2% of the national popular vote. The party began to disband in 1955 as opponents of anti-communism became increasingly unpopular, and was fully dissolved with the exception of a few affiliated state progressive parties by the late 1960s. The Progressive Party of Henry Wallace was and remains controversial due to the issue of communist influence. The Progressive Party served as a safe haven for communists, fellow travelers, and anti-war liberals during the Second Red Scare. Prominent Progressive Party supporters included U.S. Representative Vito Marcantonio, writer Norman Mailer, and briefly actress Ava Gardner. Back to the text. Where was I? Though it is essential to appreciate the international scope of the Russian question, there are more transcendent reasons why the stormy debates of the 30s should not be allowed to collect dust in some antiquarian corner of the academic world. For the debates involved core theoretical conceptions and values of revolutionary socialism, i.e. Marxism. By the late 30s, most participants agree with Trotsky's damning indictment of the Soviet government as a, quote, totalitarian abomination, end quote, that paralleled fascism. While there was a wide consensus about the abominable nature of Stalinism, many insisted, as did Trotsky, that despite the brutal dictatorship, the USSR remained a, quote, workers' state, albeit a, quote, degenerated workers' state, to be defended, quote, unconditionally in the event of war. Others in the movement protested that a totalitarian society that deprived the working class of all social power, illegalized all political parties except the one in power, destroyed all democratic institutions and democratic rights, and ruled through the knout could not be given by the blank check of, quote, unconditional defense by socialists. Such differences battled over in the 1930s were never purely academic and took on a political immediacy when the Soviet Union invaded Poland, occupied the Baltic countries, and made war on Finland in 1939 to 1940. Inevitably, the view of the USSR as even a degenerated form of worker state, along with its more general implications that a modern party/state could be both a, quote, totalitarian abomination and, quote, socially progressive, was challenged and repudiated by sections of the socialist left. Many of us emerged from these debates with the conviction that a workers' prison can never be a workers' state. I would prescribe a study of 100 pages of fierce polemics in the 1930s in defense of the basic Marxist principle of the indivisibility of democracy and socialism as an antidote to the counterpositions developed in 1,000 pages I have read in the 1990s, which describe, as often as not, in the most convoluted argot, all the, quote, ambiguities and, quote, complexities of democracy. In preparation for the bad news that democracy is not really central to socialism, that socialism needs not mean freedom, and that authoritarian movements in totalitarian societies, past and present, can after all be, quote, socially progressive and or, quote, historically justifiable. If we were obsessed then, so long ago, with the Russian question, it was only because we were obsessed with socialism. The Russian question was and remains the question of socialism. That is why, for example, so much passion and mimeographed ink was expended in debating the alleged causal link that many within and outside the movement sought to establish between the Stalinist terror and the theory and practice of Leninism. We were concerned, too, with the arguments of critics, often ex-radicals such as Max Eastman, grown hostile to socialism, who not only insisted that Stalinism flowed from Leninism, but inveighed against, quote, Stalinism/Leninism as a frightful malignancy that grew within the womb of Marxism. Earl Browder and Max Eastman had this much in common. Both believed in the ideological unity of Stalinism, Leninism, Marxism. They shared more than that. Browder was a prominent shaman in a Stalinist cabal to distort Leninism beyond recognition and to disembowel Marxism. Eastman was an intellectual high priest in the more traditional right-wing cabal to discredit the Russian Revolution and Bolshevism and to defame Marxism. No question here is being made. No statement here is being made about the other tendencies, which would include council communists, anarchists, but also like social democratic Marxists, say like Kautsky or Hilferding or any of those people, what they had to say about the nature of Leninism. And the relation between Leninism and Stalinism. Those are the issues then, and they are of even greater moment today, since journalists and historians from right to left increasingly share the identity of Stalinism and Leninism, and in this age of new conservatism routinely extend the causal chain to include Marxism. But if it could be established that Stalinism did indeed flow from Leninism, and Leninism was a natural child of Marxism, we would have to concede, as we weep, that the Russian Revolution, which had been a sustaining source of inspiration and hope for the socialist left, was a monumental social travesty, and that socialism, at least Marxian socialism, was a monstrous lie, and the fount of incalculable human misery. We will take up the alleged affinity of Marxism, Leninism, Stalinism in the second part of our discussion. New section. No tendency in the anti-Stalinist old left had all the answers to the Russian question. However, I believe that the analyses which have best withstood the test of time avoiding the tendency in the revolutionary socialist left, i.e. the Trotskyists, in the late 30s, which sought to establish itself as an independent revolutionary party in the 40s, the Workers' Party, later known as the Independent Socialist League and perhaps best known as the Shachtmanites, in tribute, whether intended as such or not, to its leading personality and theoretician, Max Shachtman. It was an extraordinary movement whose contributions to socialist theory and courageous continuation during World War II of the finest class struggle traditions of revolutionary socialism are only now beginning to receive the interest and appreciation they deserve. Its analysis of Stalinism, culminating in the theory of a new parasitic Stalinist ruling class, bureaucratic collectivism, was its unique contribution to socialist theory. But the theory of bureaucratic collectivism did not serve its proponents well as a crystal ball. We had no illusion about the viability of Stalinism, understanding better than most the inner contradictions of the Stalinist state that made the Stalinist state infinitely more fragile than it appeared on the totalitarian surface, but we did have illusions about a post-Stalinist future. We believed, almost assumed, that a corrupt and inefficient bureaucratic collectivist state would be superseded by some form of democratic order. We foresaw, or dreamed of, a resurgent socialistically oriented working class with its natural allies found among the intelligentsia that would resist all efforts to privatize the nationalized economy, all an illusion dashed for the historic moment. I did not intend to draw the bow of pessimism too far. The subsequent disappointments notwithstanding, the toppling of the wall, the liberation of the Baltic nations, the disintegration of the Stalinist Empire in the East, the crumbling of Communist Party rule, and the disintegration of the Soviet Union as a prison house of nations remain extraordinary achievements which represent an enormous advance over the old regime and create possibilities for fundamental progressive change denied in a single party/state. But there can be no denying that what adds to the timeliness of the debates on the Russian question is the ominous turn of events foreseen by no one in much of the post-communist world, above all in the blood-soaked Balkans and in the tortured lands of the former USSR. In the Russian Republic, as in most nations of the dismembered USSR, there is the anomaly, tragic and farcical, of leading elements of the former communist ruling class, driven by personal and social instincts of survival, mauling each other as they scramble and strain to self-metamorphose into the executive committee and financial elite of the artificially created and militantly anti-communist bourgeoisie, a unique kind of one-dimensional, quote, class struggle, in which a ruling class is fiercely fighting to overthrow itself, from corrupt party apparatchiks to corrupt would-be bourgeois statesmen, from communist bosses in the economic ministries into industrial magnates of such avarice and ruthlessness as to make the 19th century robber barons look like Robin Hoods and philanthropists by comparison, or while former party ideologues and the occasional recalcitrant but usually obedient economic managers of the old communist system convert into passionate disciples of Adam Smith, Milton Friedman, Augusto Pinochet, Margaret Thatcher et al., and preaching the new gospel of the market, seek their fortunes as nouveaux riches, capitalist speculators, and swindlers. It is all part of the process of shock therapy, which translates into shock for the vast multitude below and therapy for the party bureaucrats turned entrepreneurs on top. While we erred in our optimism, our analysis of Soviet society elaborated years ago provides valuable insights today for an understanding of the historic roots of the emergent reactionary forces the emergent reactionary forces in the post-communist world, above all in the former USSR. They provide the insight that this embryonic bourgeoisie, which could not have sprung from some mythical forehead, and the spreading manifestations of reaction, which threatened to plunge some former subjugated nations that made up the Soviet Union into new forms of barbarism, were all spawned by Stalinism. They provide the insight that this embryonic bourgeoisie, which could not have sprung from some mythical forehead, and the spreading manifestation of reaction, which threatened to plunge some former subjugated nations that made up the Soviet Union into new forms of barbarism, were all spawned by Stalinism. The link between the threatening present and the Stalinist past is more profound than the continuity of personnel noted above, former communist apparatchiks seeking fame and fortune as capitalist tycoons, the Yeltsins, the Rutskoys, the Zhirinovskys, and the legion of former apparatchiks have demagogically succeeded in turning the legitimate democratic struggle for national independence into its ugly opposite, a manifestation of primitive national chauvinism, the emergence of neo-fascism, of monarchism, the boldness of anti-Semites, the nexus of a political, economic, and purely criminal mafioso. Whatever the incompatibility of these post-communist personalities and phenomena, all share a common birthright as the legatees of Stalinism. To couch my point in the idiom of the old left debates of the Russian question, each and every diverse and contradictory form of reaction in the ex-Soviet Union flows from Stalinism. To expand the point a bit, in reverse form, the social structure, the politics, the quote culture, the personnel, all the social impulses and contradictions of Stalinism in power turned the USSR into a fertile breeding ground for parasites and parasitism, for bigotry and banditry which flourished under the old regime but now appear in new guise, more overt, sometimes bolder in post-communist society. Take the current frightening manifestations of xenophobia and anti-Semitism. As fascists and unreconstructed communists lock arms in joint struggle against, quote, foreigners, non-great Russians, and, quote, kikes, a rewind of the days of the Nazi-Soviet pact when Molotov and von Ribbentrop embraced, and German and Soviet troops fraternized on Polish streets. One need not go back to the terrible days of the Black Hundreds and Tsarism to find the antecedents of Pamyat and a host of rabidly anti-Semitic organizations. Wikipedia says, Pamyat, the National Patriotic Front, quote, memory, also known as Pamyat Society, was a Russian far-right anti-Semitic and monarchist organization. Pamyat also identified itself as the, quote, People's National Patriotic Orthodox Christian Movement, end quote. The group's stated focus is preserving Russian culture. Its longtime leader, Dmitry Vasilyev, died in 2003. The group disappeared by the 1990s and was split into groups like the Russian National Unity. It was founded in 1980 and dissolved in 2021. And its ideology was Russian nationalism, traditionalism, orthodox fundamentalism, neo-fascism, orthodox nationalism, national conservatism, Tsarism, anti-Semitism. Back to the text. One need not go back to the terrible days of the Black Hundreds and Tsarism to find the antecedents of Pamyat and a host of rabidly anti-Semitic organizations. Russian anti-Semitism today is the patrimony of the communist system. Russian anti-Semitism today is the patrimony of the communist system. As the old anti-Stalinist left long ago noted, anti-Semitism was endemic to Stalinism, not a social, quote, aberration or a, quote, excess, but something that oozed out of the pores of the totalitarian ruling party, contaminating all levels of society. Stalin killed tens of thousands of Jews as Jews, the famous and the obscure, rivaling the number who fell in the Tsarist pogroms. The large-scale killing of Jews abated under Stalin's successors, as did the terror in general. Yet even under Khrushchev, anti-Semitism was tolerated, often inflamed by the regime, and the, quote, thaw did not save numerous Jews executed for, quote, economic crimes. Nor did Gorbachev make any serious effort to counteract anti-Semitism deeply rooted in his party and in Soviet society during his tenure. He never took on Pamyat, but he callously used the plight of Jews as a bargaining chip in dealings with the West. As with anti-Semitism, a root cause of ethnic and nationalist violence within and between the former republics of the USSR goes far deeper than the fall of communism. The violence can be traced to the rise and consolidation of communist power. The communist state embraced a multiplicity of subjugated nations, less a union of republics than an internal empire dominated by an all-powerful party, in which the great Russian Republic was more equal than all others, a prison house of nations whose wardens kept the empire intact in many ways, not least of all through the use of terror. The Soviet Imperium offered neither means of expression nor possibility of redress of legitimate ethnic and national grievances against the party/state, and, conversely, the Kremlin had neither the will nor the capacity to find progressive resolutions of them. Instead, the party manipulated rivalries for its own advantage and had not the slightest compunction about liquidating vast numbers of national subjects or sending into exile entire peoples when it was thought to serve some higher party purpose. Against this background, it is not surprising that with the sudden collapse of the communist empire, legitimate and long-suppressed nationalist feelings, which surfaced, could be manipulated by demagogues who effectively play on both legitimate national sentiments and ancient tribal prejudices and rivalries to preserve and enhance their personal careers. Just as Yeltsin, the communist apparatchik, was reborn as Yeltsin, the capitalist apparatchik, so were many of the pseudo-nationalist demagogues, in their early guise, the viceroys of Soviet imperialism, willing to silence dissenting voices in their assigned republics by whatever means Moscow thought necessary. But the patrimony of communism is more disastrous than the sum of its details. What is most depressing is the social vacuum, at best the mere absence of concrete and significant manifestations of a democratic consciousness, of an independent working-class presence, of progressive social activism, of an organized and influential socialist voice. Consider the bloody confrontation between Yeltsin's forces and those of Trotsky and Bulletov. I'm going to look these people up because I've looked these people up before, but I've forgotten them. I've looked them up mostly in the context of reading The Origins of the Crisis in the USSR by Hillel Tickton. Let's see. Alexander Trotsky was born in 1947. Trotsky is a Russian politician and former Soviet military officer who served as the only vice president of Russia from 1991 to 1993. Trotsky was proclaimed acting president following Boris Yeltsin's impeachment during the 1993 Russian constitutional crisis, in which Trotsky played a key role. Born in Plovdiv, Ukraine, modern Khmelnytsky, Trotsky served with great distinction as an Air Force officer during the Soviet-Afghan War, for which he was awarded the title Hero of the Soviet Union. In 1991 Russian presidential election, he was chosen by Boris Yeltsin to be his vice presidential running mate, but later became increasingly critical of Yeltsin's economic and foreign policies. In late September 1993, Yeltsin ordered the unconstitutional dissolution of the Russian parliament. In response, the parliament immediately annulled Yeltsin's decree, impeached Yeltsin, and proclaimed Trotsky acting president. After a 2-week standoff and popular unrest, Yeltsin ordered the military to storm the parliament building, arresting Trotsky, and formally dismissed Trotsky as vice president. Trotsky was imprisoned in early 1994, being released after the State Duma granted Trotsky amnesty. In 1996, Trotsky was elected governor of Kursk Oblast, a post Trotsky held until 2000. Trotsky was barred from seeking a second term by a regional court over alleged abuse of power. And the other person I'm looking up is that. And Kaz Bulletov. Ruslan Kaz-Bulutov lived from 1942 to 2023 and was a Russian economist and politician and the former chairman of Parliament of Russia of Chechen descent who played a central role in the events leading to the 1993 constitutional crisis in the Russian Federation. Back to the text. Consider the bloody confrontation between Yeltsin's forces and those of Trotsky and Kaz-Bulutov. That neither side could rally truly large numbers either to defend or assault the parliament would have been more encouraging were it not for the fact that neither were there organizations which could rally thousands to protest the depredation of both sides.
There are, of course, individual voices of conscience in several small working-class democratic, anarchist, and socialist groups, but their voices were not multiplied 1,000-fold in the streets of cosmopolitan Moscow, a city of 9 million, when basic democratic rights were threatened by two contending authoritarian-oriented forces cannot be solely attributed to fear. Both the bloodbath and the lack of popular response from below are the tragic consequences of Stalinism's innate impulse to destroy the institutions, the symbols, the history, the traditions of socialism. It sought to destroy socialist consciousness and socialist culture in the name of, quote, socialism, and to convince everyone that the USSR and the USSR's ruling Communist Party were the natural heirs of the best in socialist tradition. Many in the West and the Third World swallowed this myth whole or in part, accepting the Soviet Union as a shining beacon of progress, or at least as a progressive alternative to capitalist imperialism. The additional tragedy is that Soviet citizens also accepted the myth that the party of Stalin and Gorbachev were the spiritual and political descendants of Marx. But since the misery of their lives under communism carried more weight than the drivel dished out by apologists for the party/state, their equation of communism and socialism had the effect of turning them against socialism. And communism being in capital C, communism. Estranged from socialism, millions of Soviet citizens were more easily seduced by the myth of the market as a potential cure-all for the misery inflicted on them in the tortured past by a bureaucratic collectivist state. The allure of the capitalist market is not difficult to understand. Standing atop the economic ruins left by the decades-long inept and corrupt command economy, they see Paris and London, Rome and New York, Berlin and Madrid and all other capitals of really existing capitalism, and what they see seems to confirm all the fabled reports of fashionable boulevards, boutiques filled with luxury goods, and chic shoppers, supermarkets overflowing with foodstuffs at affordable prices, and they know that whatever the economic variations among these Western meccas, all accept the primacy of capitalist forms of private property and the sanctity of the capitalist market. If capitalism could produce such abundance in the West, then capitalism could surely do the same for them. They despise the collectivist system that has produced such hardship and chaos and refuse to believe that socialist forms of collectivism could be any different from the really existing collectivism they have had to endure under the old regime. Collectivism is collectivism. No form of collectivism is acceptable. They are tired of being part of social, quote, experiments, opposed to, quote, utopias, a term of opprobrium to describe both the terrible communist past and socialist projects of the future. They yearn instead for what the Russians call a, quote, normal life, the, quote, normality of abundance that they see in the West based on its capitalist organization of private property, profits, and that fabulous market. Footnote. As recent elections in the East clearly indicate, much of this faith in the market has eroded in the last year or two. Instead of capitalist, quote, reforms, moving the people a bit closer to perceived Western affluence, experimentation with the market has been accompanied by austerity programs and the populace driven further into a general state of penury. Nevertheless, illusions about the curative powers of capitalism are prevalent, and even the new governments, presumably resistant to market reforms, continue on the same path. End footnote. We of the American left know that these are largely illusions, not that different from the false hopes of the vast number who earlier in the century sought refuge in the U.S., a haven to escape repression and grinding poverty. Just as it was difficult then to convince a poor Jew living in a Polish chateau in constant fear of pogromists that America was not really the Golden Medina, so it is difficult today to impress on the consciousness of people of the former Soviet Union that in the U.S. too there is unemployment, poverty, insecurity, and a mounting meanness of spirit that has always afflicted this nation. does register is the reality that an unemployed miner in West Virginia has better prospects and a higher standard of living than an employed coal miner in the Donbass, and that an elderly American trying to scrape by on a fixed income is better off than a humiliated Moscow pensioner trying to peddle her/his old pair of boots or some family heirloom to buy a life-sustaining loaf of bread. Meanwhile, standing on top of the economic and social debris that was the Soviet Union are right-wing ideologues taking copious notes from monographs, books, and important lectures on the background and lessons of the post-communist crisis. The chaos of post-communist societies is presented as the bitter fruit of Stalinism, which they insist was the natural emanation of Bolshevism and the Russian Revolution. A number of these ideologues, emboldened by the disintegration of, quote, really existing socialism, end quote, trace the travail of the Russian people back to an earlier sinister source, Marxism, and more generally, socialism. Some do not stop there. Well, with Sherlockian doggedness, they stay on the trail of totalitarian precursors and are rewarded by the discovery that Soviet despotism and Soviet despotism's disastrous aftermath, according to Richard Pipes, derived from the, quote, Enlightenment, perhaps the most pernicious idea in the history of thought, end quote. Richard Pipes. If you don't know who Richard Pipes is one of the leading Cold War historians of the Soviet Union and Russia. And the lessons do not end with this assault on the Enlightenment. The penultimate lesson is that the collapse of Soviet society proves that capitalism is the highest stage of social evolution. In the breathtaking formulation of Professor Martin Malia, quote, ... the Soviet failure has demonstrated the market is part of the social order of nature, end quote. Martin Malia. The scholarly promulgation of the historical progression, Enlightenment, Marxism, Russian Revolution, Stalinism, post-communist disorder, with the Soviet debacle offered as evidence of the noble impulses of triumphant capitalism, adds wider dimensions to the Russian question. But the right-wing ideologues of the Malia school are not the only ones surveying the wreckage that was the Soviet Union. Representatives from another political current are also on the scene, also taking notes, and they come up with altogether different lessons than those of the right, although from a socialist perspective, they are no less noxious. They have sifted through the evidence of violence, corruption, and other manifestations of social decay, and quickly reached the verdict, announced with a touch of nostalgia, that the defunct, quote, really existing socialism, end quote, despite its, quote, flaws, but then nothing is perfect, was a positive force for good. One of the more colorful deans of this school is Alexander Cockburn, an icon for many in the left and a lifelong apologist for Stalinism, who yearns for what was, quote, relatively speaking, a golden age for the Soviet working class, end quote. During the pre-perestroika years when the Soviet Union befriended the world's poor and oppressed in the spirit of, quote, proletarian internationalism. Wikipedia says Alexander Cockburn lived from 1941 to 2012 and was a Scottish-born Irish-American political journalist and writer. Cockburn was brought up by British parents in Ireland, but lived and worked in the United States from 1972. Together with Geoffrey St. Clair, he edited the political newsletter Counterpunch. Cockburn also wrote the, quote, Beat the Devil column for The Nation, and another column for The Week in London, syndicated by Creators Syndicate. Where am I? And Counterpunch is a left-wing online magazine. Content includes a free section published 5 days a week, as well as a subscriber-only area called Counterpunch Plus, where original articles are published weekly. Counterpunch is based in the United States and covers politics in a manner its editors describe as, quote, muckraking with a radical attitude, end quote. From 1993 to 2020, Counterpunch published a newsletter and a magazine.
In 2016, Counterpunch appeared in a prop or not list of websites in which it was described as a Russian propaganda outlet. Writing in The New Yorker, Adrian Chen described the list as a mess and Counterpunch as a, quote, respected left-leaning publication. Back to the text. Cockburn's affection for the Ancien regime does not have as wide an appreciative audience as Martin Malia's anti-socialist polemics and joyous jubilant glory to the, quote, market. But within a broadly defined left, Cockburn's wistful regard for the Brezhnevian age of stagnation and his nostalgia for the bygone years of the Red Army's demonstration of, quote, proletarian internationalism, end quote, in Afghanistan does not seem to diminish his popularity. At best, his apologias for, quote, really existing socialism are viewed with unseemly toleration. At worst, they are applauded. That this school of apologetics has survived the collapse of, quote, really existing socialism, end quote, also underscores the need for the left to keep the Russian question toward the top of its theoretical agenda. I'm going to look up Martin Malia. Martin Malia, I think he worked at Berkeley, but he was like a right-wing historian of the Soviet Union. I think he worked at Berkeley. Maybe I'm wrong. Wikipedia says Martin Malia lived from 1924 to 2004 and died in Oakland, California, was an American historian specializing in Russian history. He taught at the University of California at Berkeley from 1958 to 1991. Martin Malia was born in Springfield, Massachusetts, and was a Roman Catholic. Martin Malia earned degrees from Yale University and Harvard University. Malia's best-known work is his History of Russian Communism, the Soviet Tragedy, published in 1994. In The Soviet Tragedy, he challenges the traditional leftist interpretations of communism as a fundamentally sound project that admittedly went wrong during Stalin's regime, but in later years succeeded in creating a credible alternative to capitalism. Malia posits that the integral socialism proclaimed by Lenin, that soft-pedaled under the new economic policy, resumed by Stalin and pursued by all his successors until Gorbachev, was basically followed precisely because it destructed capitalism integrally. The entrainment socialist project was from the start an uphill battle, which brought about not only the destruction of economic freedom, but of almost any freedom. The Soviet system could therefore not tap the reservoir of human potential that its ideology promised to bring to new heights. Martin Malia also wrote a famous essay titled To the Stalin Mausoleum, published in 1990, which he signed as Z. The essay was reprinted in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, which was edited by Stephen R. Grabar. He is the author of a foreword to the English version of The Black Book of Communism. Malia's book, History's Locomotives, Revolution in the Making of the Modern World, published in 2006, is an example of historiographic reflection. In the 8th chapter, Malia gives a survey and debate about the French Revolution from the 19th century up to our time. One of Martin Malia's colleagues at Berkeley was another prominent Russian historian, Nicholas V. Ryazanovsky. In the official Berkeley obituary, Ryazanovsky is quoted as saying of Malia that he was, quote, an outstanding and now very popular historian, occupying a leading position in the present international discussion of the collapse of the Soviet Union and what that collapse means historically and for the future. He also is a brilliant writer in Russian and European intellectual history, end quote. Back to the text.
New section. In the next issue of New Politics, I will expand the discussion of the affinity between Stalinism and post-communist society with a more intensive review of Stalin's despotism, quote, really existing socialism, end quote, and the Gorbachev phenomenon. I will rebut in greater detail bourgeois ideologues such as the above-mentioned Martin Malia, who uses the collapse of communism as a launching pad to distort the theory of the Russian Revolution and calumniate Marxism as a root cause of Stalinist totalitarianism. I will also take a closer look at the ruminations of Alexander Cockburn, who manipulates the chaos of post-communist society to air and promote his nostalgia for the better old days of, quote, really existing socialism. As a theoretical framework, and to set the stage for this discussion, the debates on the Russian question and the old socialist left will be reviewed with special emphasis on the theory that the Stalinist bureaucracy was in fact a new exploitative totalitarian ruling class. What follows now is a review of American Stalinism, which, as I will argue, cannot be adequately understood except as an aspect of the Russian question. In a broad historical sense, it is a subsidiary aspect, but for the American left it is of major importance. This is because of the increasingly popular school of left-wing revisionist historians determined to prove that the U.S. communist movement, above all in its halcyon years, during the Great Depression of the 30s and the Great Patriotic War of the 1940s, enjoyed a semi-autonomous relationship to the Soviet Union, and was responsive to American events even if that meant ignoring or flouting Moscow instructions. If these revisionist historians used their analytical skills to objectively examine the Russian question in depth, they might realize that the Stalinist state did not, because it could not, allow its American political appendage to the degree of independence they invent. Perhaps that is why they never discussed the Russian question. To do so might reveal the extent to which American communism was a Soviet dependency, and to probe the question deeply would disclose the full and unrelieved horror of Stalinism. An American Communist Party revealed as slavishly obedient to a totalitarian state is not compatible with the more positive image of a party engaged in the good fight during the 1930s and 40s, better than to avoid a serious discussion of the Russian question and settle for a few fragmentary comments that usually begin with a ritualistic repudiation of Stalin's crimes and a note of regret about Soviet violations of democracy. But inevitably, the mythicization of American Stalinism promotes illusions about the Soviet Union. More often than not, in their brief comments, distress about Soviet terror is amended and often contradicted as they offer a more, quote, balanced account emphasizing Soviet, quote, achievements. Industrialization, the elimination of illiteracy, the victory against Hitler, aid to the Third World, etc., the stock and trade of time-worn and discredited Soviet apologists. Since the revisionist account of U.S. communism is laden with historical error, it is a disservice to American radicalism and serves to obscure the truth about a reactionary totalitarian state. It is therefore both useful and important to approach the Russian question by way of an examination of the American Communist Party and those who would revise its history. I have taken note of the intensity of the war of the questions in the old left. That calls for a major amendment implied above, but which should be made more pointedly here. The war of the questions was the exclusive hallmark of the anti-Stalinist left. From roughly 1930 until Stalin's death, this democratic tradition was alien to American Stalinism, just as democracy was anathema to the Stalinist party/state. In the American Communist movement, there were no ideological wars, not even skirmishes, since there were virtually no questions. If by a question one means not a dictum, but a substantive issue thrown open to membership debate, and then discussed, amended, accepted, or rejected. By this definition of a question, what other is there? There was never a critical question on the agenda of the Communist Party in that period. Not the American question, or the international question, or the trade union question, or any other question centered on basic political, theoretical, or strategic issues. Instead, there was a line on everything. an American line, a Negro line, an international line, a line about the agricultural crisis, and a line about art, etc., transmitted to the rank and file by the party leaders above and determined and monitored by forces very, very far away. As for a debate in the Communist Party on the Russian question, the very notion is fantastically absurd, wildly hilarious. Disputation in communist circles about any aspect of Soviet society or Soviet intent, even in whispers, was unthinkable. One can even imagine the bedlam that would have ensued if a loyal communist with many hash marks on his/her party sleeve had the temerity to take the floor at a party gathering and begin her/his remarks with, quote, "We are all grateful for Stalin's glorious contributions to humankind, but I think that possibly Stalin is somewhat mistaken on the question of ... end quote. The reader can fill in the blank, guessing whatever our mythic aberrant communist might have had in mind, since it is certain that he/she would not have remained on the podium long enough to identify the doubt. We know how such a display of bad manners would have been dealt with where the party held state power. Here, fortunately, punishment for such a breach of party etiquette could rarely be more painful than verbal pillory or summary expulsion. One cannot begin to understand the atmosphere and the functioning of the American Communist Party in its most Stalinist period, or grasp the social essence of Soviet totalitarianism, if one fails to recognize that debate, even a mild exchange of views about the nature of Soviet society, or the wisdom of its international policies, or its instructions to its American affiliate, was even less likely than the Pope chairing a debate in the College of Cardinals on the question, "Does God really exist?" Of course, there were discussions and disagreements and personal rivalries within the Communist Party, but they were confined to its upper echelons, and even there, controversy had strict limits. One could argue about how best to apply a policy laid down by the Comintern, or later the Common Form, and by Stalin, but never to dispute it. Or when problems arose for which there were no ready answers to be found in Moscow directives, a rare circumstance, different positions were argued within the leadership. But if these differences threatened to escalate out of control, disturbing the sacred, quote, unity of the party, or if they had the potential of turning into a genuinely substantive disagreement, then a final determination was made, not by the American rank and file, but by Comintern representatives or by a hegira to the highest authorities in Moscow, whose decision was final and irreversible, except subsequently by the Soviet Party itself. The evidence that American communism was totally subservient to the Stalinist party/state, that its basic dogma and political strategy were not determined by the needs and interests of the American masses, has become so clear, accessible, and abundant that one might have expected the umbilical tie of American Stalinism to Soviet Stalinism no longer needed to be proved. Nevertheless, we are informed by one of the contemporary academic left historians that the Communist Party, at least in the 1940s, was, quote, standing on its own feet. Footnote. A chapter heading from Fraser M. Ottinelli's The History of the Communist Party of the United States from the Depression to World War II. Fraser M. Ottinelli is an author who teaches at University of South Florida and has written and specialized in U.S. radicalism and immigration history. I'm going to see if I can find a description of this book that's been referenced. No, I'm not seeing any descriptions for it. Wait. This book's from 1991, and this is the description of The Communist Party of the United States from the Depression to World War II by Fraser M. Ottinelli. Fraser M. Ottinelli examines the history of the Communist Party of the United States, CPUSA, from the stock market crash to the reconstruction of the party in 1945. Fraser M. Ottinelli explains the appeal of the Communist Party USA and its emergence as the foremost vehicle of left-wing radicalism during these years. Most studies of the Communist Party USA have focused on either the grassroots activities of the party's members or the party's relations with the Communist International in Moscow. For the first time, Ottinelli explores in depth the subtle and intricate interaction between these two levels. During the 30s and 40s, the policies of the Communist Party USA were influenced as much by the party's involvement in national, social, and labor struggles as they were by Moscow. Party leaders attempted to set policy that would be relevant to American society. Ottinelli looks at the party's domestic policies and activities concerning labor, race, youth, the unemployed, as well as the party's changing attitude towards Franklin Delano Roosevelt and the New Deal. The party's policies in foreign affairs and wartime activities for most of the period under study, communists increased in strength, influence, relative acceptance, and their ability to make significant contributions to labor and social struggles. Ottinelli attributes these accomplishments to the party's search for policies, language, and organizational forms that would adapt radicalism to the unique political, social, and cultural environment of the United States. Back to the text and footnote. These historians, however, have never been able to demonstrate that the Communist Party during Stalin's regime ever raised any part of its enemy from a prostrate position to anything higher than a supplicant's kneel, certainly never elevated itself to standing on its own feet. Quote, standing on its own feet, end quote. Yet the preeminent view in the literature of the left remains that the American Communist Party in the 30s and 40s was, again in the words of perhaps the most sophisticated and challenging of the revisionist historians, Fraser Ottinelli, quote, a diverse and adaptable organization rooted in the social and labor struggles of the time and capable of adjusting to the complexities and historical peculiarities of the nation's society and the pressures that derived from them. End quote. Fraser, so what's his name? What's his name again? Fraser Ottinelli. Space does not allow a fully detailed rebuttal to such mythology masquerading as history, but at least we can remind the reader in summary fashion of the historical record which reveals that the American Communist Party was only as, quote, diverse as the Russian Party would allow, that it was, quote, adaptable only to what the Kremlin would permit, and above all, that its response to the peculiarities and pressures of American society were proscribed, and conditioned by its ideological imperative of, quote, adjusting to the complexities and historical peculiarities, end quote, of the Soviet party/state, and of the pressures that derived from it. Does American Stalinism circa 1930 to 1953 call for any less harsh judgment? Consider the historical record. This is a side note from myself. You kind of hear this thing about, oftentimes when people kind of like cough up apologetics for like authoritarianism in general, is like kind of like saying that like trying to like point to the open-mindedness on particular details of like authoritarians and how, and kind of like pointing to their like flexibility and nimbleness in terms of achieving success, achieving power, as like some kind of sign of their democratic credentials, as if being flexible in some capacity wasn't necessary for any party, no matter what its political content might be, to achieve success. That's because they don't, idiotically and abstractly follow some kind of dogmatic pre-established course in how they achieve their ends doesn't make them less authoritarian. That's just a thought from myself. Anyway, new section. American Stalinism in the Third Period. In the early 30s, all national tributaries of the Third International were directed into a Moscow-created ideological and political phantasm, popularly known as the Third Period. And Wikipedia says, for a refresher, the Third Period is an ideological concept adopted by the Communist International at its Sixth World Congress held in Moscow in the summer of 1928. The Third Period set policy until reversed when the Nazis took over Germany in 1933. The Comintern's theory was based on its economic and political analysis of world capitalism, which posited the division of recent history into three periods. These included a, quote, first period that followed World War I and saw the revolutionary upsurge and defeat of the working class, as well as a, quote, second period of capitalist consolidation for most of the decade of the 1920s. According to the Comintern's analysis, the current phase of world economy from 1928 onward, the, quote, third period, was to be a time of widespread economic collapse and mass working class radicalization. The economic and political discord would again make the time ripe for proletarian revolution if militant policies were rigidly maintained by communist vanguard parties, the Comintern believed. The communist policies during the Third Period were marked by pronounced hostility to reformism and political organizations espousing reformism as an impediment to the movement's revolutionary objectives. In the field of trade unions, a move was made during the Third Period towards the establishment of radical dual unions under Communist Party control rather than continuation of the previous policy of attempting to radicalize existing unions by, quote, boring from within, end quote. The rise of the Nazi Party to power in Germany in 1933 and the annihilation of the organized communist movement there shocked the Comintern into reassessing the tactics of the Third Period. From 1934, new alliances began to be formed under the aegis of the, quote, Popular Front, end quote. The Popular Front policy was formalized as the official policy of the World Communist Movement by the Seventh World Congress of the Comintern in 1935. Back to the text. The, quote, first period The first period, from 1917 to 1924, was one of international revolutionary offensives, followed in the, quote, second period by 4 years of capitalist stabilization, and now, according to Comrade Stalin, by a third period of renewed revolutionary struggles, led, of course, by communist parties that would crush the bourgeoisie, which the General Secretary reassured his followers, was not only weakened everywhere by a cyclical crisis, but was spasmodically grasping for breath in its final death agony. The third period is marked by an ultra-leftism, very bad term, which viewed in purely intellectual terms was quixotic to the point of madness. Not the least of its idiosyncrasies was the theory of, quote, social fascism, which twinned social democracy with fascism. Placed in historical context, however, the theories of the third period were not really mad, merely insidious. For the pseudo-revolutionary claptrap that accompanied Stalin's gross exaggeration of capitalism in profound social crisis was useful as both ideological adornment and weapon in his late 20s campaign to crush the last vestiges of an already defeated Bukharinite, quote, right in the Soviet Union. Good job putting a Bukharinite, the Bukharinist, in right in quotation marks. That seems apt to me. And mopping up the last outpost of dissidents from the, quote, right, or from any other direction under the banner of third period ultra-revolutionary rhetoric that was the preliminary to the extermination of millions of peasants, extermination of millions of peasants, workers, and intellectuals in the subsequent years of forced collectivization, forced forced collectivization, forced industrialization, and the Great Purges. Thus, what appeared on the surface to be irrational, served the retrograde purpose of consolidating the stranglehold of totalitarian Stalinist bureaucracy over all of Soviet society. Outside the Soviet Union, third period policies benefited neither the working class nor the national communist parties. In Germany, it had horrifying consequences for the German working class, the German nation, the German Communist Party, and for all of humanity. The only ones who gained from the communist third period were the Nazis, since the refusal of the powerful Communist Party to propose and press collaboration with the even more powerful Social Democratic Party in a genuine anti-fascist united front, excluded by party dogma of the moment, which insisted that the Socialist Party was itself a fascist, or even worse, a, quote, social fascist, end quote, party, virtually guaranteed the triumph of Hitlerism. Loyalty to Moscow took precedence over the literally life-and-death question of crushing Nazism. If the huge German Communist Party would not deviate from a suicidal policy arranged in Moscow, what possibility was there that the relatively minuscule American Communist Party would adjust its, quote, policies to the complexities and peculiarities, end quote, of American society, as Ottinelli assures us was the case, when that conflicted with American Stalinism's primary allegiance to Moscow? At least in Germany, the ultra-left rhetoric of the Communist Party came from a massive organization with hundreds of thousands of members, which commanded the support and respect of millions of workers, youth, and intellectuals. Hence, when we note that the third period policies of the German Communist Party were at odds with objective national realities, the measure of that criticism must be adjusted to the fact that the German Communist Party, by virtue of its enormous strength, was itself one of the, quote, objective realities, end quote, of pre-Hitler Germany. When the communists boasted that even if Hitler came to power, they would make short shrift of him, quote, after Hitler, our turn, end quote, one must remember that it was the boast of a party that won nearly 6 million votes in 1932 elections, and even had its own paramilitary organizations. Parenthesis, of course, after Hitler, instead of it being, quote, our turn, the powerful Communist Party collapsed without a fight. However, that is for another discussion, end parenthesis. But when the feeble American Communist Party, marginal to the objective realities of American life, railed against Roosevelt, the, quote, fascist, and Norman Thomas, the, quote, social fascist, when it interpreted episodic manifestations of militant struggle in the 1930s as evidence of a pre-revolutionary situation in the United States, when every strike and demonstration was a precursor of an imminent struggle that the party would lead naturally to create a Soviet America, never mind the moment how frightful the prospect of a Stalinist version of a Soviet America, when the communists sought to build, quote, revolutionary dual unions under party control in a country where the traditional unions were battered to near oblivion, then the third period, American Stalinist style, unlike Germany, was marked more by farce than tragedy. More pertinent here is that the gross contradictions between the antics of the third period and the social realities reveal the extent to which American communism in the early 30s, already congenitally incapable of standing on its own feet, had placed itself in political service to Moscow. One second. Wikipedia says, dual unionism is the development of a union or political organization parallel to and within an existing labor union. In some cases, the term may refer to the situation where two unions claim the right to organize the same workers. Dual unionism is sometimes considered to be destructive of the solidarity essential to the orderly functioning of labor unions and the exercise of their power vis-a-vis the employer. Many countries outlawed dual unionism in their national, state, or local labor relations acts. Many unions also outlawed dual unionism as part of their constitutions.
However, some labor unions and political organizations advocate dual unionism as a means of survival or as a strategy for winning political power. The industrial workers of the world, for example, advocated dual unionism, although the behavior is called, quote, dual cardism. Such organizations and/or unions argue that dual unionism may be compatible with the goals of the union and therefore not a hindrance to the union. Labor parties which incorporate unions into their structure and social movement unionism, it is argued, are examples where political organizations coexist constructively with unions. The discussion between dual unionism and mere internal politics is often not clear. Many unions have political factions or caucuses which disagree on the policies, finances, values, and goals of the union. But internal policies rarely rise to the level of dual unionism. In certain cases where the situation is unclear, whether an action actually constitutes dual unionism must be resolved politically, e.g., by the exercise of power within the union. Back to the text. Where am I? More pertinent here is that the gross contradictions between the antics of the third period and the social realities revealed the extent to which American communism in the early 30s, already congenitally incapable of standing on its own feet, had placed itself in political servitude to Moscow. On the heels of Hitler's accession to power, the German New Order made it imperative that the Soviet Union respond with a new foreign policy that would oblige communist movements everywhere to phase out the pseudo-ultra-left of the third period. Gradually at first, the retreat from sectarianism and revolutionary bombast would give way to the conciliatory policies of the Soviet Union's hoped-for, quote, collective security. Of a political and military alliance with the major Western powers, only yesterday denounced as imperialists and fascists. From mid-1933 to mid-1935 was a transition period, when the line from Moscow was not always certain, yet the American Communist Party, with its political antenna constantly adjusted and readjusted, the better to receive Moscow's message clearly, sought to keep party propaganda and actions within the Comintern's shifting guidelines. Many revisionist historians, anxious to Americanize the party, would like their readers to believe that the gradual shift from ultra-left sectarianism to policies that appeared to be related to American realities were the result of Communist Party USA initiatives. As when Fraser Ottinelli writes, quote, eventually the bitter experiences of the first years of deep depression, followed by a eruption of working-class militancy and the ominous expansion of fascism in Europe, exerted pressures on the leadership of the Communist Party USA to reconsider the party line, end quote. Fraser Ottinelli. Simply not true. American communists might have felt more comfortable with the changing line, but the operative, quote, pressure on the leadership, end quote, did not come from the leadership's independent reevaluation. It came from Moscow, and only from Moscow. One more example of Ottinelli's myth-making, quote, the experiences and failures of the TUUL, bracket, the, quote, revolutionary, end quote, dual unionism led by the communists, combined with the growth of the AFL and the independent unions, as well as the strengthening within them of the pro-industrial union forces, led the party to abandon dual unionism in favor of returning to traditional unionism, end quote. Fraser Ottinelli. Just wanted to quickly look up TUUL. The Trade Union Unity League was an industrial union umbrella organization under the Communist Party of the United States between 1929 and 1935. The group was an American affiliate of the Red International of Labor Unions. The formation of the TUUL was the result of the Communist International's third period policy, which ordered affiliated communist parties to pursue a strategy of dual unionism and thus abandon attempts at, quote, to, quote, bore from within, end quote, existing trade unions. The Trade Union Unity League unions aimed to organize semi-skilled and unskilled workers, many of whom had been expelled from the American Federation of Labor. According to the Trade Union Unity League, the AFL was, quote, an instrument of the capitalists for the exploitation of the workers, end quote. Thus, the Trade Union Unity League was formed as an organization in opposition to the American Federation of Labor. Back to the text. This is absurd on the face of it. If Ottinelli had a better understanding of the nature of the Soviet Union, Ottinelli might have realized that on questions as important as trade union policy, changing the American line was a Russian prerogative. At least he understands that to formally abandon dual unionism, permission was required of higher authorities. Quote, by the end of 1934, red unions had been effectively discarded. However, in order to formalize its doings and to officially disband the Trade Union Unity League, the party needed to secure the approval of the Comintern. Consequently, in December 1934, Earl Browder addressed the ECCI, Executive Committee of the Communist International in Moscow, claiming that the new situation in the United States required the Communist Party, quote, to shift the main emphasis to work within the American Federation of Labor, end quote. At a meeting in mid-January following Moscow's endorsement, the party's Central Committee announced the decision to liquidate the Trade Union Unity League, end quote. Fraser Ottinelli. Compare this to the previous quoted passage, which claims that the party, on its own initiative apparently, abandoned dual unionism in response to changing events. Now we are told that, quote, in order to, quote, officially disband, end quote, the dual unions, it was necessary, quote, to receive the approval of the Comintern, end quote. It is hard to reconcile the two quotations. If the American communists on their own initiative could have achieved the de facto dissolution of the dual unions, why did they need Moscow's approval? Is it possible that a party that felt compelled to obtain such approval could have, quote, effectively discarded, end quote, the Trade Union Unity League, unless it knew, formally and or informally, that this was in compliance with what Moscow wanted? It would have been helpful had Ottinelli called attention to the charade of Browder in Moscow, pretending that it was the Communist Party USA that decided, quote, to shift the main emphasis to work within the American Federation of Labor, end quote. When Browder knew, as did everyone at the ECCI meeting, and as all scholars of American communism should know, that what, quote, required the Communist Party USA, quote, to shift, end quote, was far less the, quote, new situation in the United States, end quote, than what Moscow perceived to be the new situation and new needs of the Soviet dictatorship following Hitler's rise to power. New section. The Popular Front. From Red Flag to Old Glory. It is true that during this transition period from 1933 to 1935, Moscow held the American Party on a longer leash because clear signs in all questions were not always forthcoming from Moscow, since it dropped the third period postures at an uneven pace. In August 1935, the leash was shortened with the famous speech by Comintern Secretary General Georgy Dimitrov at the 7th World Congress of the Communist International. The Popular Front was now unambiguously set in place.
The third period was definitively over, and all parties of the Comintern knew what was expected from them. Yesterday's, quote, social fascists were now coveted as allies in a sought-after united front of all progressive and democratic forces to crush the menace of fascism. Class collaboration, reformism, chauvinism, etc., all the reputed attributes that turned treacherous social democrats into treacherous, quote, social fascists, were now the ideological and political baggage of communist movements everywhere. An American communist going into hibernation at the close of 1934 and awakening a year later might well have retreated to the bliss of somnolence on seeing that his/her comrades had capitulated to, quote, social fascism. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the fascist of early 1935, was transformed by the wave of Moscow's wand into the popular leader of the progressive wing of the American bourgeoisie. Yesterday's fascist was now the communist choice for re-election as president. Footnote: the party did have Earl Browder running as formal Communist Party candidate for the highest office, but that was a mere formality since it worked assiduously to rally support for FDR's second term. It was also thought that running a candidate was in Roosevelt's best electoral interest, since that weakened Republican efforts to tar FDR with the communist brush. End footnote. Erstwhile, Earl Browder carefully put his third-period revolutionary cloak into the party's political blanket chest, and was soon waltzing around on the national political stage resplendently outfitted in a new party costume tailored from an American flag, with a Moscow address on the couturier's labor. Couturier's labor? What the hell, label? What the hell does that mean? I'm so unsophisticated.
Couturier.
Couturier. A fashion designer who manufactures and sells clothes that have been tailored to a client's specific requirements and measurements. Back to the text. Where am I? Meanwhile, Earl Browder carefully put his third-period revolutionary cloak into the party's political blanket chest, and was soon waltzing around on the national political stage resplendently outfitted in a new party costume tailored from an American flag, with a Moscow address on the couturier's label. Emblazoned on his new party dress in large bold letters was the aphorism that summed up Browder's momentous contribution to Marxist thought. Quote, communism is 20th century Americanism, end quote. Footnote: this metaphoric picture of Browder had its more literal moments in party history. When, in 1936, the Young Communist League, its patriotic sensibilities deeply wounded by the failure of the Daughters of the American Revolution to pay homage to Paul Revere on the anniversary of his famous ride, hired a horseman dressed in colonial garb and a steed to prance along Manhattan's Broadway with a placard inscribed, "The Daughters of the American Revolution forgets, but the YCL remembers," end quote. Not even Saturday Night Live could have matched that. Truth can be more quixotic than parody. End footnote. For exactly 4 exhilarating years, the Communist Party sang the Star-Spangled Banner, not metaphorically at its meetings, wept for Paul Revere, exalted the Founding Fathers, and generally celebrated the American experience in its press, at party functions, in its expanding network of front organizations. It all paid handsome dividends to the party, which grew geometrically, became a power to reckon with in the trade unions, while its conglomeration of front organizations continued to proliferate. The revisionist historians are generally most attracted to the Communist Party during this popular front phase. The party seemed to address itself realistically to American problems, discarding all the, quote, revolutionary, end quote, excesses of the third period. The CPUSA helped build unions and was active in campaigns for racial equality, all very appealing to the revisionist. And the party was successful in its Americanization drive, equally appealing. Because it was successful, the party must have been correct in what it was doing. I don't want to debate here whether or not the party was, quote, correct in some abstract way during the Popular Front. It was certainly correct for the Soviet Union. I don't believe that to be the case, but it is a tangential matter. More important to establish about the essential nature of American communism is that whether the party, in one or another phase, had a ludicrous position or a, quote, correct position. The position taken was always whatever the ruling party of a totalitarian system decreed. What if, at the Seventh World Congress, Dimitrov had called for the sharpening of the ultra-left policies of the Third Period? Large numbers of party members might have left. That was often the case after a sudden change in line. But the party itself would have been unmoved by defections or any other damage to itself, and as certain as night follows day, it would have unanimously lauded the genius of Dimitrov and Stalin, and surpassed past performances in vituperative condemnation of Roosevelt the Fascist in 1936. That is the reality of American communism, which eludes revisionist historians. Quote, correctness, end quote, had nothing to do with adopting or changing any party line. Loyalty to the Soviet Union had everything to do with it. Some historians, Maurice Isserman, for example, prefer to think of the Popular Front as communism's reformist phase, something reminiscent of classical social democracy. They are quite mistaken. Wikipedia says, Maurice Isserman, born 1951, is a professor of history at Hamilton College. Maurice Isserman, I don't know how to say his name, Isserman, has written about the Communist Party USA during the Popular Front period of the 1930s and 1940s, as well as the emergence of the New Left in the 1960s. Maurice Isserman co-authored a biography with Dorothy Ray Healy and authored a biography of Michael Harrington, both of whom were co-founders of Democratic Socialists of America. Maurice Isserman has contributed editorials and book reviews to the New York Times, Boston Globe, News Today, the Los Angeles Times, The Nation, and the American Alpine Review. In 2008, he began writing about mountaineering. I don't want to hear his life story. I'll read about his academic career. A lot of it's biographical stuff. Isserman's first job after completing his dissertation was a replacement position for a semester at Oberlin College in fall 1979, followed by replacement positions at Hobart and William Smith colleges, and then back to Oberlin. Isserman settled into Smith College from 1982 to 1988, followed by temporary positions at Mount Holyoke College and Williams College. During this period, a debate broke out over the character of American communism, and Isserman's book was one of several criticized by Theodore Draper, Hal Draper's brother, I believe. Hal Draper's brother. Theodore Draper's two-part attack on the, quote, new history of American communism in the New York Review of Books. As the debate heated up, Isserman criticized books by Draper's protege, Harvey Clare. Isserman returned to the theme with a chapter on the history of the Communist Party USA's, quote, de-Stalinization crisis in his second book on the emergence of the New Left. If I Had a Hammer, published in 1987, and in his co-authored work with Healy, Dorothy Healy remembers, in 1990, reissued in paperback as California Red. Maurice Isserman secured a tenure-track position at Hamilton College in 1990 and as the James L. Ferguson Professor of History. After the debate over American communism, Isserman shifted his focus to the history of conflicts between the left and right during the 1960s in his book with Michael Kazin, America Divided, The Civil War of the 1960s, now in its third edition. Isserman wrote a prize-winning, bracket, clarification needed, end bracket, biography of America's best-known socialist of his time, Michael Harrington, leader of the Democratic Socialists of America. If you're curious, Michael Harrington does come out of third camp socialism. I think he was part of the workers. I think he was like, I'm not exactly sure about his biography. I should be cautious. In 1997, Maurice Isserman received a Fulbright grant to teach American political history in Moscow State University in Russia. Beginning in 2008, Isserman has written several books and articles about mountaineering in the Himalayas and in the United States. Isserman has also written a history of Hamilton College for its bicentennial in 2012. Isserman has participated in an exchange at the University of Sussex in fall 1985, a Mellon Fellowship at Harvard University, 1992 to 1993, a Fulbright Distinguished Professorship at Moscow State University in 1997, and an exchange at Pembroke College, Oxford University in 2001. Isserman has criticized the New Students for a Democratic Society for romanticizing the leadership of the Weatherman faction in the old SDS. On October 23, 2023, in The Nation, he announced that he had left the Democratic Socialists of America because of dissatisfaction with their response to the 2023 Israel-Hamas war. Just as a side note to my the historical, I believe that historically the Democratic Socialists of America adopted a two-state solution period, because like I said, it comes out of the anti-totalitarian left that Michael Harrington was part of. They traditionally espoused a two-state solution, whereas Democratic Socialists, kind of being like big tent or whatever, at least like in a lot of its like local chapters, just having like anybody who wants to call themselves a socialist be a member of their organization, has brought within its ranks large numbers of reactionary anti-imperialists who straight up supported October 7th and viewed just any kind of murder of Israelis as like a defense, as a fight against settler colonialism. Is basically the standpoint of large members of the Democratic Socialists of America, and it's really a disgusting phenomenon, and it really has upset the more critical thinking people within Democratic Socialists of America. Anyway, back to the text. Some historians, Maurice Isserman for example, prefer to think of the Popular Front as communism's reformist phase, something reminiscent of classical social democracy. They are quite mistaken. The United Front Against Fascism had as its larger purpose to gain friends for the Soviet Union and neutralize opponents among bourgeois politicians, labor leaders, industrialists, and the populace at large. The readiness to collaborate with sections of conflicting classes altogether different in kind from the class collaborationism of reformist social democracy. The Communist Party USA's class collaborationism did not stem from ideological illusions about bourgeois democracy, about gradualism and incremental change, nor was it driven by the need to compromise with capital in order to protect a vested interest in the organized labor movement. As with traditional social democracy, class collaborationism was not endemic to American Stalinism, but was simply driven at a specific time by the party's exclusive allegiance to the Soviet ruling class. Earl Browder was no Edward Bernstein. The shift to the Popular Front was in no way a decision of the American Communist Party, and contending forces in the class struggle were not that different in late 1935 from what they had been earlier that year. There was certainly nothing that new
about the New Deal administration to call for such an abrupt reversal, and while the growth of industrial unionism was an exciting new element, what would hardly have required an authentic party of the left to abandon basic class struggle principles, to strike the red flag and hoist old glory, a stronger case could be made for the opposite view, that the circumstances surrounding the emergence of industrial unions should have inspired higher levels of commitment to political and economic class struggle militancy. In any case, in mid-1935, when the Popular Front was officially installed, communists were not yet fully committed to building the Congress of Industrial Organizations. The Popular Front line was imposed on the American Communist Party by Comintern fiat. Those communists who didn't approve had the option of resigning from the party. They did not have the choice of dissent. The party would soon invoke the spirit of '76, and the Declaration of Independence would make the front pages of the Daily Worker. But nothing remotely resembling the principles of Jeffersonian democracy could be tolerated in the internal operation of the American Stalinist Party. New section: the Stalin-Hitler Pact. The Popular Front phase of American communism came to a sudden shocking halt with the Nazi-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact signed on August 23, 1939. Shortly before his infamous rapprochement that sparked World War II, Earl Browder had dismissed the notion of such an agreement as an anti-Soviet canard. Quote, "There is as much chance," end quote, he said, of, quote, "a Russo-German engagement as of Earl Browder being elected president of the Chamber of Commerce," end quote. 6 weeks later, the pact was signed without noticeable improvement of Browder's prospects for heading the chamber. Browder and the Communist Party USA were caught totally unprepared. How could he explain a rapprochement whose possibility he had just dismissed with ridicule, and how could the party reconcile the, quote, Democratic Front with the image of a smiling German ambassador von Ribbentrop and Stalin warmly exchanging toasts, including those to Der Führer Adolf Hitler? It was a party nightmare. For while the party press stammered a few rationalizations, it even continued to print a few kind words about Roosevelt, but not for long, and a few very harsh words about the Nazi blitzkrieg in Poland, but not for long. Stalin and the Comintern straightened out Browder and their American Party, first with a series of direct communications laying down the line, and then with the Red Army's own invasion of Poland on September 17th, which made it bloody clear that the Nazi-Soviet pact was not simply a defensive non-aggression treaty, but was part of a pre-arranged agreement for aggression against Poland, and with Hitler's permission for Russian conquest of the Baltic nations and against Finland. And the assault against Finland, excuse me. One second. Where am I? By September 3rd, Browder and the party were clearly on course, i.e. the Russian Stalinist course. On that day, all the old chauvinist crap and anti-fascist affectations highlighting the Popular Front were unceremoniously tossed overboard while Browder neatly folded his patriotic costume and carefully put it back in the party blanket chest. Who could tell when he might need it again? whence he pulled out and slipped into the threadbare garments of third-period ultra-leftism. It was now Browder, the revolutionary, who thundered against the war between Germany and the Allied forces as an imperialist war. It was the duty of communists to lead in the struggle to, quote, turn the imperialist war into a civil war, end quote, including in Germany the Soviet ally. But in this imperialist war, there was no equivalency of evil. British imperialism was the main aggressor, while the German nation was the victim of a brutal blockade. Of course, Nazism was bad too, but not that bad at the moment. And anyway, as Comrade Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov wisely explained, quote, fascism is a matter of taste, end quote. Through omission and commission, Stalinist parties everywhere, the U.S. was no exception, had become apologists for German fascism, while the Soviet Union became an active military collaborator of the Wehrmacht in Poland. Collaboration existed on other levels as well. As for Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the good Dr. Jekyll of early August turned into the hideous Mr. Hyde of September. In December 1938, encomium to FDR, the hell does that word mean? Encomium? A speech or piece of writing that praises someone or something highly.
Encomium.
Encomium. Back to the text. In December 1938, encomium to FDR, the president was exalted as, quote, the symbol which unites the broadest masses of the progressive majority of the people, end quote. Even a week after the Nazi-Soviet pact was signed, the party was enthusiastic at the prospect of a third term for FDR, who, quote, has best expressed the hearts and minds of the people, end quote. In only a matter of weeks, this symbol of the progressive majority and the voices of the hearts and minds of the people would stand exposed as, quote, the political leader of the warmongers, end quote, and the, quote, tool of financial oligarchs, end quote, moving in the same direction as Hitler did in 1933, and shades of the third period of being, after all, a sort of fascist. The policy of the American Communist Party during the Nazi-Soviet alliance was so indefensible, so reactionary, so contradictory to everything said for the previous 4 years, and so blatantly a demonstration of its feudal servitude to the Soviet/party state, that it is difficult sometimes to understand why so many revisionist historians and scholars cannot fully recognize these realities and their implications. It is not that they approve or even condone the party's adaptation to the pact. Some are even quite critical, but given the nature of the offense, rarely sufficiently, and often angered, but all too briefly. In fact, revisionist histories of the American Communist Party generally dispose of this period in a relatively few pages and hardly ever see it as damning evidence of the party's subordination to Moscow. As for example, when Fraser Ottinelli writes, quote, during the years of the Depression and World War II, the increase in communist strength, broadened influence, relative acceptance, and their ability to make significant contributions to the labor and social struggles of the time were direct consequences of their search for political policies. Language and organizational forms which reflected the country's circumstances, culture and singular political system as communists understood and articulated them. This process, sometimes termed, quote, Americanization, transformed the party into the leading left-wing organization in the country. It was initiated and defined in its various phases by the United States Communists. End quote. Ottinelli. This paean of praise for a U.S. Communist Party that never was is immediately followed in the same paragraph by a less fanciful account. Quote, the new direction of the Comintern, The new directions of the Comintern and Soviet foreign policy of the Popular Front period provided new opportunities and more room to maneuver for those within the party who were pushing for a revision of past sectarian policies in favor of the adoption of a new line that would enable them to deal with the challenges that had emerged from the complex political and economic situation that had developed during the Depression, end quote. Fraser Ottinelli. In his first two sentences, Ottinelli would have us believe that twists, turns, reversals, and contradictions in this period, what Fraser Ottinelli euphemistically refers to as one of its, quote, various phases, end quote, had its source, the, quote, direct consequences, end quote, in, quote, the party's efforts to Americanize itself, to relate to American circumstances and culture, that it was the U.S. communists who not only, quote, defined new policies, but, quote, initiated new policies. That would have been startling news to the Comintern, no less surprising to the Communist Party USA leadership, and incomprehensible to a more objective historian. In fact, Fraser Ottinelli has his own doubts. Otherwise, Ottinelli could not end his paragraph on the contradictory note that it was the, quote, new directions, end quote, of the Comintern in the interest of Soviet foreign policy that, quote, provided new opportunities and, quote, room to maneuver for those in the Communist Party who felt most comfortable with the Popular Front policy. Can a movement really think for itself, initiate and define its own history, when it is the Comintern and Soviet interests which determine the opportunities, the room for maneuver, within which the party can function? That would be like boasting of the freedom of a prisoner who is at liberty to move and maneuver within his cell. In the above quotations, Ottinelli is summing up the Communist Party USA, quote, during the Depression and World War II, end quote. That means from the end of 1929 until spring of 1946. During that time, there were four somersaulting, quote, phases, and the beginning of a fifth, the Cold War period, already visible in 1946. But Ottinelli concentrated only on two phases, the Popular Front, the second phase, and the Soviet-American wartime alliance, phase 4. The reason for such selectivity should be obvious. These Americanization periods are most congenial to Ottinelli and other revisionists, since they seem to offer the best evidence of a more politically freewheeling movement, responsive to a specific American needs and circumstances. However, the Depression did not begin with the Popular Front, but 6 years earlier, when the ultra-left vagaries of the Comintern's third period were most clearly at odds with American realities, and more clearly imposed on its American affiliate. Better then, in his conclusions, to drop those years down the memory hole. And World War II did not begin with the German attack on the Soviet Union in June 1941. The war began with the signing of the Nazi-Soviet Pact. Beginning between the time of the signing of the pact and its unilateral abrogation by Hitler, nearly 2 years later, the party was in its third phase in the years covered in Ottinelli's summary, but Ottinelli skips that phase as well. And for as good or as bad a reason, since Ottinelli's creation of a fictionalized party, initiating and defining its various phases, falls apart by any objective reading of how the party responded to and behaved for the duration of the Hitler-Stalin alliance. It is important to note that during that period, the party lost much of the political capital it had accrued in the broad, progressive, and labor movements during the headier days of the Popular Front. Despite the enormous erosion of its influence, the party's loyalty to the Soviet/party state was unshaken. While its peripheral influence declined precipitously, a number of its front organizations were shattered, the party itself was not nearly as adversely affected. Approximately 85% of the membership remained loyal, along with an even higher percentage of the leadership.
Most shocking was that relatively few of its many Jewish members defected. The fact that the party was already so steeled that it could withstand the shock of the Nazi-Soviet pact was the most telling evidence of its moral bankruptcy, its political and organizational subservience to Moscow. This servility was just as pronounced during the Popular Front, although less grotesque. None of this is to suggest that Ottinelli and other revisionists are unaware that acceptance of the Moscow line during the Nazi-Soviet pact revealed, in Ottinelli's words, the party membership's, quote, attachment to the party, their faith in the USSR, and their strong sense of duty to defend the worker state were such that most communists submerged their doubts and accepted their leaders' explanations virtually without debate, ... end quote. Fraser Ottinelli. Quote, their strong sense of duty, end quote, is at best a rather pallid description of the membership's unconditional approval of the Hitler-Stalin pact. It even suggests a sense of nobility in their devotion to principle. Actually, thousands of American communists were no doubt deeply disturbed by the pact, instinctively finding it repugnant. Given this nature of the Stalinist movement, they had no way of expressing their private feelings within the organization. Despite deep misgivings, they were impelled by their political and psychological conditioning and their perverted sense of discipline to demonstrate their uncritical support of the pact and overriding loyalty to the USSR. New section, the quote, Great Patriotic War. The dilemma of how to retain a foothold in labor and progressive movements, and, at the same time, meet its primary obligation to defend the Nazi-Soviet alliance was resolved by Adolf Hitler on June 21, 1941, when Hitler scrapped all agreements and friendship pacts with Moscow, unleashing the Wehrmacht's massive assault against an unprepared Soviet Union. A disbelieving Stalin was sent into shock. Now everything was different. Just as ancient alchemists sought to transform base metals into gold, communists argued that the forced entry of the Soviet Union into the war as a Western ally transformed an imperialist war into a democratic war. Exactly how the deeply rooted imperialist impulses behind British aggression, exposed by the communists until June 21st, could have been displayed by the German assault on the USSR, and not previously by German aggression against Poland and the Low Countries, and by its conquest of France, is a mystery that the communists could not explain. But magicians are notoriously secretive, and, in any case, communist prestigiators, the hell does that mean? A lot of words I gotta look up on this. I guess it's dumping prestige on someone, or a thing. Oh. A prejudice, someone who, actually I'm wrong, a prestigiator, the hell the fuck does it, yeah, it's not even coming up, let's see, Merriam-Webster says, a prestigiator, is a magician, one who practices tricks and illusions for entertainment. All right, let's try that again. But magicians are notoriously secretive, and in any case, communist prestigitators, otherwise known as theoreticians, were less concerned with rational explanations than with doing and saying whatever they believed was helpful to the defense of the USSR. That had long been the party's guiding principle. On the 22nd of June, Browder peeled off his anti-imperialist outerwear, returned it to the party blanket chest, and came out the Yankee Doodle dandy costume that really was more becoming to him. The patriotic gore gushed out of the party organs in torrents. Roosevelt, of course, was no longer a warmonger. Roosevelt was not enough of a warmonger to suit the party. The pre-June 21st, quote, anti-war chant, quote, the Yanks are not coming, end quote, had the quote not deleted. The party campaigned for U.S. entry into the war, denouncing as traitors the pacifists and anti-war activists whose support they had recently sought. Said Browder, quote, "We have in the United States a group of pacifist societies who, in the name of peace, are counseling unconditional surrender to the international bandits. Whatever their motives, such pacifists have become no better than the conscious agents of Hitler and Mussolini." End quote. Earl Browder, The People's Front, page 333. Where am I? Yeah, I was looking it up. Okay. Once the U.S. entered the war, the Communist Party's campaign to prevent interference with the prosecution of the war became even more frenzied. Above all, there could be no interference with war production. What to do about John L. Lewis, who, wooed by the party before June 21st, had led his miners out on strike? The communist response, quote, "There is not the slightest doubt that Lewis is working and has worked for the past 2 years at least, as an integral part of the pro-Nazi Fifth Column, aiming at a negotiated peace with Hitler and at the Nazi subjugation of the United States itself, ... This is treason," end quote. Published in The Communist, July 1943. The party suggested that jail might be the best way to handle A. Philip Randolph, who it denounced as fascist and a Nazi tool, because he sought to organize mass struggles against racism on the home front, and in this country's segregated Jim Crow army, perpetuated by the Roosevelt administration. What of the leaders of the anti-war Trotskyist movement, convicted and imprisoned, the first victims of the Smith Act? They got what they deserved. Throw away the keys. Stalin would not have let these fascist dogs off so lightly. By then, widely recognized even by the business community as the extreme right wing in the trade unions, the party supported the No Strike Pledge and acted as the watchdog of American capitalism in the interest of defending the Soviet Union. The communist rank-and-file basked in Earl Browder's revealed wisdom, as he explained that, quote, "We communists are opposed to permitting an explosion of class conflict in our country when the war is over," end quote. Class conflict, Browder explained, would be promoted only by those motivated more by private greed than love of country. Ronald Reagan never said it better. Harry Bridges, who might or might not have been a member of the party, in his case only a technical difference, raised the patriotic anti-labor ante in exchange for post-war Soviet-American harmony with the promise that, quote, "the strike weapon is overboard, not only for the duration of the war, but after the war too," end quote. Is Harry Bridges the Australian, labor leader in America? Yeah. I'm going to read the intro to his Wikipedia real quick. Harry Bridges, who lived from 1901 to 1990, was an Australian-born American Union leader, first with the International Longshoremen's Association. In 1937, Harry Bridges led several chapters in forming a new union, the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, ILWU, expanding members to workers in warehouses, and led it for the next 40 years. Harry Bridges was prosecuted by his labor organizing and designated as subversive by the U.S. government during the 1930s, 1940s, and 1950s with the goal of deportation. This was never realized. Harry Bridges became a naturalized citizen in 1945. Bridges' conviction by a federal jury for having lied about his Communist Party membership when seeking naturalization was overturned by the Supreme Court in 1953 as having been prosecuted untimely outside the statute of limitations. Harry Bridges' official power was reduced when the International Longshore and Warehouse Workers Union International Longshore and Warehouse Union was expelled by the CIO in 1950, but Harry Bridges continued to be re-elected by the membership and was highly influential until his retirement in 1977. Back to the text. The surface chauvinism of the party exceeded anything it said or did during the Popular Front years, when it led major militant strikes and never offered capitalism the equivalent of the wartime no-strike pledge. And during the Popular Front, the party wept over a forgotten Paul Revere and posthumously graced our founding fathers with honorary membership in the American Communist Party. Whatever else there is to say about Paul Revere and the Founding Fathers, they were, on the whole, committed to the good fight to free the colonies from the tyranny of the British Crown. The British Crown. There is little, then, to match the party's wartime jingoism, epitomized in Earl Browder's famous offer in December 1943, quote, to clasp the hand of J.P. Morgan, end quote, if only he would endorse the post-war alliance envisioned at Tehran. Of course, to have... Let me look that up real quick. The Tehran Conference, codenamed Eureka, was a strategy meeting of the allies of World War II held between Joseph Stalin, Franklin D. Roosevelt, and Winston Churchill from the 28th of November to the 1st of December 1943. It was the first of the Allied World War II conferences involving the, quote, Big Three, the Soviet Union, the United States, and the United Kingdom, and took place at the Soviet Embassy in Tehran just over a year after the Anglo-Soviet invasion of Iran. The meeting occurred shortly after the Cairo Conference was held in Egypt for a discussion between the United States, the United Kingdom, and China from the 22nd to the 26th of November in 1943. The Big Three would not meet again until 1945, when the Yalta Conference was held in Crimea from the 4th to 11th of February, and the Potsdam Conference was held in Allied-occupied Germany from the 17th of July to August 2nd. Although the three leaders arrived in Tehran with differing objectives, the main outcome of the meeting was a British and American commitment to opening a second front against Nazi Germany, thereby forcing it to pull military assets away from the Eastern Front and with the Soviets. In addition to this decision, the Tehran Conference also addressed the Big Three's relations with Turkey and Iran, as the former was being pressed to enter the conflict and the latter was under Allied occupation, operations in Yugoslavia and against Japan, and the envisaged settlement following the expected defeat of the Axis powers. A separate contract also saw the Big Three pledge to recognize Iranian independence. Back to the text. Let me reread the last sentence I was reading. There is little, then, to match the party's wartime jingoism, epitomized in Earl Browder's famous offer in December 1943, quote, to clasp the hand of J.P. Morgan, end quote, if only he would endorse the post-war alliance envisioned at Tehran. Of course, to have grasped the financier's hand, Browder would have had to turn necromancer or gravedigger, since the billionaire banker and enemy of labor had died earlier that year and was presumably entombed. But that was just a detail, and as Browder later explained, it was the thought that counted. Browder was correct. It was the thought that mattered, and this underlying thought really had nothing to do with the class collaborationist party line during the wartime Soviet-American alliance, just as denunciations of Roosevelt as a warmonger had nothing to do with commitments to militant class struggle and anti-imperialism. The underlying thought that in its own way tied everything together was how best to defend the quote, socialist fatherland. And it is the consistent application of this primary thought that proved so damaging to the Communist Party since the war ended and it became clear that the wartime Grand Alliance could not possibly survive the irreconcilable social and class antagonisms of Soviet and American imperialism, even before the shooting war had ended. The Cold War had begun and communist parties everywhere were called upon to renew the struggle against capitalist imperialism. The American communists, now back in patched-up revolutionary overalls, in accordance with Moscow's wishes, pursued policies in the labor movement and in the broader domestic political arena that left the party particularly vulnerable to the vicious, punitive anti-communism of Trumanism and McCarthyism, and to the unconscionable surgical methods used by the bureaucratic leadership of the organized labor movement to solve its, quote, communist problem. But the fact that the party followed the Moscow line, like lemmings, was only further evidence that thoughts about the Soviet Union always took precedence over thoughts about the welfare of the American party or of the mass of American people. New section. Moscow's seigneurial rights. New section. Moscow's seigneurial rights. How do you even say that? Seigneurial or seigneurial? I don't even know if I said anything different that time.
Seigneurial.
Seigneurial. Moscow's seigneurial rights. The very nature of the Soviet Party state required it to control the political flow of its logical tributaries. More than that, Moscow assumed, and it was rarely challenged, that it had seigneurial rights to arrange the intimate details of the internal life of all affiliated parties. But perhaps in no other party did Moscow exercise these feudal prerogatives more blatantly than with its particular submissive American affiliate. Notwithstanding the cheerier version of revisionist historians who project a false image of at least a semi-autonomous American movement deeply rooted in the American experience, Moscow acted as the final arbiter for whatever uncertainties or disputes arose in the American party. No less significant, from the time of Stalin's consolidation of his power until his death, i.e. 1929 to 1953, it was the Soviet Party under the personal supervision of Stalin which fired and hired the top leaders of the Communist Party USA. I don't know that this can accurately be said of any other communist movement. J. Lovestone inherited the mantle of party secretary from Charles Ruthenberg upon his death in 1927. And Wikipedia says, J. Lovestone lived from 1897 to 1990 and was an American activist. J. Lovestone was at various times a member of the Socialist Party of America, a leader of the Communist Party USA, leader of a small opposition party, an anti-communist and Central Intelligence Agency asset, and foreign policy advisor to the leadership of the AFL-CIO and various unions within it. And I'm going to look up Charles Ruthenberg. Wikipedia says Charles Emil Ruthenberg lived from 1882 to 1927. Charles E. Emil Ruthenberg was an American Marxist politician who was the founder and first head of the American Communist Party, CPUSA. Charles E. Ruthenberg is one of 4 Americans to be buried in the Kremlin Wall necropolis. Back to the text. 2 years later, the party was to hold its 6th convention. In the interim, a faction led by William Z. Foster developed in opposition to the Lovestone leadership. Wikipedia says William Z. Foster lived from 1881 to 1961. William Z. Foster was a radical American labor organizer and communist politician whose career included serving as General Secretary of the Communist Party USA from 1945 to 1957. William Z. Foster was previously a member of the Socialist Party of America and the Industrial Workers of the World, leading the drive to organize the packing house industry workers during World War I and the steel strike of 1919. Back to the text. The divisive issues were interesting, but would take us too far afield. In the interim, a faction led by William Z. Foster... I fucked up. Where am I? The divisive issues were interesting, but would take us too far afield. The important point is that in elections to the 1929 convention, the Lovestone leadership had won the support of roughly 90% of the delegates elected in March. The Foster faction was a negligible force. All that would soon change. Once Stalin, suspicious that Lovestone had fallen under the influence of the disgraced Nikolai Bukharin, personally intervened. William Z. Foster and J. Lovestone made the requisite pilgrimages to the Stalinist Basilica in Moscow, each to plead his case before a court of Comintern cardinals with the participation of the pontiff Joseph Stalin. Lovestone, with the support of the vast majority of the Communist Party, was confident. Thus, for all his astuteness, J. Lovestone was naive and showed terrible judgment. In J. Lovestone's underestimation of the boundless cynicism of the Comintern and Stalin, unimpressed by such irrelevancies as a, quote, majority. This was made clear by Stalin himself in his verdict, delivered in terms reflective of bureaucratic arrogance and a chilling foretaste of bloodier things soon to come in the Soviet Union. Quote, do you, bracket Lovestone and bracket, think that the American workers will follow your lead against the Comintern, that they will prefer the interests of your factional group to the interests of the Comintern? ... At present you still have a formal majority, but tomorrow you will have no majority and you will find yourselves completely isolated if you attempt to start a fight against the decisions of the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Comintern. You may be certain of that, dear comrades, end quote. Stalin. Stalin's, quote, dear comrades, smacked of a mafia capo kiss of death, as it would soon be for tens of thousands of Soviet, quote, dear comrades, murdered in the coming decade. For the American Party, the kiss of death took the more benign form of the political execution of J. Lovestone as a communist leader, almost literally overnight. Lovestone's most ardent supporters now denounced Lovestone for his right-wing deviationism, engaging in a competitive blood sport as to who could impress Stalin most, with vilification of the fallen leader. Lovestone's support shriveled to a handful who vainly sought to reassure Stalin that they were loyal to him, not to Bukharin. Hadn't they expelled the Trotskyists? Stalin was implacable. Lovestone and Lovestone's little band were expelled though they continued to plead fruitlessly for readmission to the party. What does this say of a movement so fickle in its loyalties that it could reverse itself politically, not because of the weight of counter-arguments, but simply because of the weight of the Soviet Union and the supreme authority of Joseph Stalin? Having removed Lovestone, Stalin took it upon himself to find a reliable replacement. William Z. Foster seemed the likely choice, but Stalin, always the paranoid, decided, parenthesis, wrongly, that Foster had been soft on Trotskyism. That put a cap on Foster's ambitions for the moment, a very long moment as it turned out. It was Stalin who decided that the anointed would be Earl Browder, even though he had not even been in the country for most of 1927 to 1928, but stationed in China on a Comintern assignment. Naturally, the party voted overwhelmingly for Browder to lead it. Although the delegates to the convention voted for Browder, they didn't really elect Browder. Browder had already been elected by Stalin. All the convention delegates did was, in Pavlovian response, to raise their hands to second Stalin's decision. Infinite in his wisdom, Stalin chose well when he selected Earl Browder. Browder's backbone was to be historically proven so supple, and his character so free of moral restraint, that he had no difficulty at all adjusting to each and every somersault and jolting twist of the party line determined in Moscow. These were talents Stalin could appreciate. So for 16 years, on Stalin's sufferance, Browder was permitted, through thick and thin, to serve as his leading American lickspittle. What the hell is a lickspittle?
Lickspittle. A person who behaves obsequiously to those in power. Lickspittle also means fawning subordinate or toady. Where am I? So for 16 years on Stalin's sufferance, Browder was permitted, through thick and thin, to serve as his leading American lickspittle, no matter the stench of the accumulated blood and gore on Stalin's boots. Too harsh an image? I think not. From the madness of the Third Period, to the Popular Front, to the phony anti-imperialism of the Hitler-Stalin Pact era, to extending the hand of friendship to J.P. Morgan during the Soviet-American wartime alliance, Browder was there, always at the ready, anxious to do whatever the higher authority is expected and required of Browder. This picture of Browder may offend the sensibilities of some of the new historians who romanticize Earl Browder as the great innovator and Americanizer. The historical record tells otherwise. In the spring of 1945, Earl Browder had outlived his usefulness. I don't know if I finished, I don't know if the recording went through. I read it. I think I might have, for some reason I feel like I screwed up the recording and abandoned it. But there's a very good debate between Earl Browder and Max Shachtman in the late 50s after Browder was expelled from the party. And it's almost kind of sad the degree to which Shachtman utterly wipes the floor with this guy. It's kind of the things that Browder's saying is you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Anyway, and it's kind of sad because Browder was kind of kicked out of this party by this point, I think. Yeah, he was, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, let's see what this says. They'll jog the memory. By the spring of 1945, Earl Browder had outlived his usefulness. There were visible cracks in the Soviet-American alliance, preliminary indications of antagonisms that would erupt in a Cold War. There was a clear need for Moscow to execute an ideological turn to correspond to the new situation. Above all, the Communist Party and the competing superpower would have to be re-outfitted once again. Class collaborationism would have to give way to militant class struggle. There could be no more talk of communist-capitalist cooperation. The emphasis would have to be on American imperialism's mounting threat to world peace. To achieve this, Browder's continued presence as party leader would be a liability. Browder was too closely associated with a line no longer acceptable. Also, Browder could better serve Moscow as a necessary scapegoat. It would make little difference that Browder's so-called innovations during this period were within Moscow's set guidelines and had met with its approval. An article by French communist Jacques Duclos, criticizing the party and chiding Comrade Browder for his alleged errors, first appeared in a French communist publication in April 1945. Wikipedia says Jacques Duclos, or it could be Jacques Duclos, I'm not sure. Lived from 1896 to 1975 and was a French communist politician and a member of the Communist International Comintern. He played a key role in French politics from 1926, when he entered the French National Assembly after defeating Paul Renan, until 1969, when he won a substantial portion of the vote in the presidential elections. Back to the text. An article by French communist Jacques Duclos criticizing the party and chiding Comrade Browder for his alleged errors, first appeared in a French communist publication in April 1945. Apparently, the American leadership was taken by surprise, but they knew what was expected of them. In mid-June, just 8 weeks after Duclos placed Stalin's dismissal notice to Browder in the Cahier du Communisme, the party's National Committee convened. In a remarkable show of gumption, Browder argued that the policy of peaceful coexistence between capitalism and communism was not altogether wrong and was in accordance with the best interest and theoretical pronouncements and directives of the Soviet apparatus at the time. Browder's plea fell on deaf ears. Of the 54 members of the Central Committee, there was just one vote for his position, his own. At the National Convention the following month, quote, Browderism was unanimously condemned, and Browder was formally expelled from the party in February 1946, unmasked as a, quote, social imperialist, end quote. This did not stop Browder in 1948 from pleading for readmission to the party so that he could more effectively contribute to the struggle against the scourge of Titoism. Appeal denied, of course. At the September 1948 National Convention, with peculiarly Stalinist Alice in Wonderland dialectic, the party declared that, quote, the appeals by Browder for reinstatement is in keeping with his anti-party activities, end quote. This is what a Russian dictator, through a French communist intermediary, Jacques Duclos, prepared the... Thus it was that a Russian dictator, through the French communist intermediary, Jacques Duclos, prepared the groundwork for serving the leader of an American party with a dishonorable discharge. William C. Foster's moment had finally arrived. The circumstances surrounding Browder's fall and Foster's coronation were the nadir of American communism, when the party was most starkly exposed as an unadorned prototypical Stalinist movement, and the events were no less revealing of the totalitarian power of the Soviet party state over its affiliates. When Stalin removed and expelled Lovestone, Stalin was manipulating a party of only 5,000 or 6,000 members with little influence in the outside world, whose leader had occupied its post for only 2 years. But when the Kremlin removed Browder, it was able to effortlessly manipulate a party that was perhaps 100,000 strong, including its youth section, with enormous influence in the organized labor movement, in cultural institutions, and with a network of front organizations. More than that, the party even gained a toehold in the centers of political power that it could not boast of even in the heyday of the Popular Front. Party leaders were consulted by and shared platforms with bourgeois politicians, many of whom could appreciate a party that opposed the no-strike pledge, but was ready Where am I? That might be a typo. I think it said opposed. It said might be up. I think it's supposed to be upheld because that was not the position of the Communist Party. I think that's a typo. Party leaders were consulted by and shared platforms with bourgeois politicians. Many of those bourgeois politicians could appreciate a party that had not opposed the no-strike pledge, was ready to put labor and civil rights leaders behind bars if they interfered with war production and generally held out the olive branch to capitalism. As people who follow this channel might know, this has been kind of touched on a little bit in this article, the Communist Party of the United States supported the repression that was done against the Trotskyist Socialist Workers' Party in 1941 under the Smith Act. Consider, too, that where Lovestone was admired briefly by the large majority of a tiny movement, Earl Browder was idolized, raised to the level of a cult figure, by an even larger majority of a far more meaningful movement he led for 16 years. Everything about Browder, Browder's speech, Browder's writings, Browder's mannerisms, Browder's family tree, testified to his greatness. When this Communist Party packed Madison Square Garden with a wartime patriotic jamboree that took off with an inspirational rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner, the party faithful and friends were moved to evangelical fervor with the climactic appearance of the favorite son of Wichita, Kansas. Never mind that Browder's voice had little effect and his speeches lacked content. As far as Elizabeth Gurley Flynn was concerned, the struggle for a better world was strengthened by, quote, the voice and pen of the man from the heart of America, end quote. Finally, consider that everything that Browder had written or said in implementing the Moscow Line during the war was taken as gospel truth. The party had a huge media operation, from theoretical journals to daily periodicals, publishing enough pamphlets and books to fill a library. In none of this production did anyone dispute the Moscow-determined party line faithfully interpreted by Browder that would soon be reviled by all as the heresy of, quote, Browderism. Even William Z. Foster, who grumbled in top leadership circles where he influenced hardly anyone, wrote articles and pamphlets that reflected Browder's views. Footnote. In fact, it was William Z. Foster who headed a party disciplinary commission that brought about the expulsion of veteran party leader Sam Darcy for expressing the same reservations about the party line Foster had. Samuel Adams Darcy, born Samuel Dardek, also known as Sam Darcy, lived from 1905 to 2005. Samuel Darcy was an American political activist who was a prominent communist leader in both New York and California. Sam Darcy was active in the organization of New York City's unemployment march in 1930, as well as the 1934 West Coast waterfront strike. Sam Darcy was a supporter of Harry Bridges. Back to the text and footnote. Looked at rationally, it is simply mind-boggling that all the party elders and theoreticians who had promulgated the Browder line, actually the Stalin-Browder line in countless texts, and tens of thousands of rank-and-file communists who approved of what they read, could be convinced in a few weeks that everything that had been written was wrong, after reading an English translation of a short article, really nothing more than a memorandum, of no intrinsic theoretical merit, that originally appeared to some obscure communist journal in recently liberated Paris. That this memo should have had such persuasive powers appears preposterous, but only on the face of it, because it was evident that the reproach signed by Duclos did not originate in Paris but in Moscow, and therefore had the force of a papal encyclical. One may ask the same question about the fate of beloved comrade Browder. What were the changed circumstances of power that could induce so many thousands in the party to suddenly strip Bauer of his halo? Overnight, Browder was demonized by former acolytes and sycophants who had surrounded him, their denunciations as brutal as they had been rhapsodic in their recent homage. Quote, take a trip around the country, unknown, unhonored, and unsung, but meet the people, Earl, and learn to be one of them again, end quote. Raved the same Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, who had so recently extolled the same Earl Browder as, quote, the man from the heart of America, end quote. Wikipedia says Elizabeth Gurley Flynn lived from 1890 to 1964. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn was an American labor leader, activist, and feminist who played a leading role in the industrial workers of the world. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn was a founding member of the American Civil Liberties Union and a visible proponent of women's rights, birth control, and women's suffrage. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn joined the Communist Party USA in 1936 and late in life, in 1961, became its chairwoman. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn died during a visit to the Soviet Union where she was accorded a state funeral with processions in Red Square, attended by more than 25,000 people. Sad end. Sad end. Back to the text. What triggered this extraordinary reevaluation of Browder, the mass hysteria and witch-hunting atmosphere, was nothing more than a critical reference to Browder in Duclos' little memorandum. But that was enough for all those in the movement who could decode the Duclos document to recognize that, in addition to it being an encyclical call for a change in dogma, it is clearly also a writ of excommunication. Not only was Moscow's power so great, and the nature of American Stalinism such, that a single small document indirectly sent from the Kremlin could oblige communists to rewrite their textbooks and destroy their leader. It also brought on a rising crescendo of pitiable wailing that was, at once, both appalling and comical. There were mea culpas, confessions and self-flagellation for having sinned along with the, quote, revisionist Browder. There was about it a touch of the Moscow trials, in some ways even worse. The atmosphere was captured in the Irving Howe/Louis Kosar's book, History of the American Communist Party. Quote, looking back upon this extraordinary spectacle... I'm going to actually look up this book before I read the quote. The description says, in this vivid, scholarly, full-scale history of the American Communist Party from 1919 to the present, this book was published in 1957. The authors are primarily concerned with the relationship between American life and communism as a political and intellectual current. After setting the stage for the appearance of the party in this country, they deal with the, quote, disorders and early sorrows, end quote, of the communists, carefully relating them to events in Russia and Europe. Back to the text, and this is a quote from that book. Quote, looking back upon this extraordinary spectacle, it is impossible not to be struck by the comparison with the Moscow trials, except that, in a way, the American incident is worse. Many of those who confessed in Moscow have been shattered men, victims of years of persecution by a totalitarian state, years of imprisonment, and in some instances, months of physical torture. Many of them confessed, it would now appear, in order to save the lives of their wives and children, and even a few of the Moscow defendants, like Bukharin, when pressed too hard by Vyshinsky, burst out with a sudden impulse to dignity, a brief display of dialectical brilliance mocking their tormentors. As the occasion for the collapse of once proud and powerful men, the Moscow trials contained an element of tragedy, but here, at the Communist National Committee, there was no tragedy. It was simply all repugnant. It was all simply repugnant, an ultimate example of how a totalitarian creed can destroy man's will and dissolve his moral fiber, end quote. Irving Howe, Louis Kosar, History of the American Communist Party. I think Louis Kosar, I'm going to look him up, but I think he was an early member of the Communist Party. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I'm not. I am wrong. I'll read, actually, Louis A. Kosar's Wikipedia real quick. Louis A. Kosar lived from 1913 to 2003, was a German-American sociologist serving as the 66th president of the American Sociological Association in 1975. Born in Berlin as Ludwig Cohen, his father was a successful Jewish industrialist. In 1933, he emigrated to Paris, and in 1941, he left war-torn Paris for the United States, where he married Rose Laub, bracket citation needed, end bracket. In the 50s, Louis A. Kosar enrolled as a graduate student in sociology at Columbia University, taking his Ph.D. at the age of 41. Kosar first taught at the University of Chicago and the University of California. Kosar then founded the sociology department at Brandeis University and taught there for 15 years before joining the sociology department of the State University of New York at Stony Brook. Louis A. Kosar frequently worked with the eminent sociologist and his spouse, Rose Laub Kosar. Kosar was the first sociologist to try to bring together structural functionalism and conflict theory. His work was focused on finding the functions of social conflict. Kosar argued with Georg Simmel that conflict might serve to solidify a loosely structured group. In a society that seemed to be disintegrating, conflict with another society, intergroup conflict, may restore the integrative core. For example, the cohesiveness of Israeli Jews might be attributed to the long-standing conflict with the Arabs. Conflict with one group may also serve to produce cohesion by leading to a series of alliances with other groups. Conflicts within a society, intra-group conflict, can bring some ordinarily isolated individuals into an active role. The protest over the Vietnam War motivated many young people to take vigorous roles in American political life for the first time. Conflicts also serve a communication function. Prior to conflict, groups may be unsure of their adversary's position, but as a result of conflict, positions and boundaries between groups often become clarified, leaving individuals better able to decide on a proper course of action in relation to their adversary. Much like status consistency, conflicts along the same cleavages intensify the severity of the conflict. Cross-cutting cleavages tend to dissipate the severity of the conflict. For example, the coincidence of economic and political disenfranchisement among Palestinians in the West Bank intensify their conflict with Israeli Jews. In contrast, the non-coincidence of economic and political disenfranchisement among the Quebecers reduces the somewhat the severity of their conflict with English Canada, especially with the rising prosperity of the French-Canadian new middle class operating in the public sector and corporate world. Coaster was active within the anti-Stalinist left and was close to the independent leftists known as the New York Intellectuals. A eulogy at Carlo Trusca's memorial service in 1943 was delivered by Angelica Balabanoff, the socialist activist and former Bolshevik. According to Coaster's account of the funeral, quote, "I was sitting near a burly Irish policeman who clearly didn't understand a word of Balabanoff's fierce Italian oratory, but at her climax he burst into tears," end quote. In 1954, with Irving Howe, Coaster established the radical journal Dissent. Upon his death in 2003, the author of his obituary in that magazine suggested that Coaster, quote, "always felt himself a marginal man. He was Jewish and non-Jewish, an American and a European, a hard-headed social analyst committed to rigorous honesty and judgment indeed, and a passionate advocate, a leftist and a critic of the left, a defender of the underdog and something of an elite intellectual Mandarin," end quote. Louis Coaster's The New Conservatives, a critique from the left, published in 1974 with Irving Howe, was one of the first major works to define and analyze neoconservatism. Okay, back to the text. Of special interest is that the penitents were not importuning the American Communist movement. They were imploring the Russians for forgiveness. Parenthesis. The anti-Browder hysteria was undoubtedly induced in large measure by the emotional stress at the prospect of being ignominiously dismissed from a movement they had served so loyally, in which so many genuinely believed, and through which they achieved a degree of prestige, even fame. But there is little doubt that for many, the trauma was aggravated by more material considerations. There were several thousand functionaries in the party, and a large number of those who worked in party-controlled businesses, cultural institutions, and trade unions, whose livelihoods would have been at risk if they failed to demonstrate, through demeaning displays of both self-abnegation and idolatry, that they were purged of the sins of Browderism. About 4 years later, those material considerations were decisive for a number of communist trade unionists who deserted the party, not for reasons of principle, but in order to maintain the benefits and prestige of their positions. End parenthesis. New section. CP and the, quote, new social historians. One of the most irritating postures of the revisionist historians of American Stalinism, and when you talk about the history of the American Communist Party during Stalin's lifetime and later, we are talking about American Stalinism, is the conceit of examining the party as, quote, social historians. They are furious, even if some are respectful at times, with such historians of American communism as Theodore Draper, Irving Howe, Louis Coaster, and Harvey Clare. Wikipedia says, Harvey Clare was born in 1945 and is professor of politics and history at Emory University. Harvey Clare is known for his books on the subject of the American Communist Movement
and on Soviet espionage in America, many written jointly with John Earl Haynes. Following graduation, Clare was hired to teach political history at Emory University in Atlanta. After generating several journal articles from his dissertation, Clare moved to the study of the demographic composition of the party leadership of the Communist Party USA, agglomerating biographical information from archival study and person-to-person interviews. Harvey Clare examined a social composition of the party's leadership cast for the first time. The result of this research was a first book, Communist Cadre, The Social Background of the American Communist Party Elite, published in 1978 by the Hoover Institution Press. Harvey Clare's book drew the attention of Theodore Draper, a pioneering historian of American communism who had published seminal books on the topic in 1957 and 1960 on the story of the American Communist movement from its origins in 1929, but had found himself unable to continue the saga into later years, despite having accumulated a substantial research library on the topic. Theodore Draper pushed Clare to continue his history to include its glory days in the years of the Great Depression. Harvey Clare made possible the acquisition of Draper's archive by Emory University Library and began intensive study of the topic. The result was the publication of a second book in 1984, The Heyday of American Communism, The Depression Decade. In the nearly quarter century between the publication of Theodore Draper's second book on American communism and Harvey Clare's 1984 effort at continuation, a new school of social historians had come to the fore in the field of American history, and unorganized groups sharing a disaffection with the quote, traditionalist organization towards leaders and the machinations of high politics. These self-described, quote, revisionists made Harvey Clare's 1984 work a focus of heated intellectual critique by asserting that it was an example of polemic Cold War anti-communism. The highly politicized argument was returned in kind by the so-called, quote, traditionalists, who frequently saw in the, quote, revisionists predilection for local history and the party rank and file, a thinly disguised apologetic for the abuses of communism, quote, glorifying the Communist Party USA, hiding its warts and apologizing for its crimes, end quote. Clare. For more than 2 decades, the debate raged among historians of American radicalism, with Harvey Clare emerging as one of the leading defenders of the, quote, traditionalist approach and its associated critique. The historical approaches were largely connected to the contemporary views of their adherents. Clare later noted, quote, the disagreement between the two camps were only partly generational, because some traditionalists like myself and my longtime co-author, John Haynes, were roughly the same age as our revisionist counterparts. To some degree, the combatants were divided by current political loyalties, with most revisionists locating themselves at least on the left wing of the Democratic Party, if not as members of various socialist groupings. But traditionalists among themselves range from such self-identified socialists as Irving Howe to conservative Republicans, end quote. Harvey Clare. Harvey Clare has received a number of awards, including Emory's Thomas Jefferson Award in 1999. Harvey Clare was a member of the National Council on the Humanities, serving a term that expired in 2010. Back to the text. Perhaps their main complaint, the new social historians' main complaint, is that these historians failed to probe beneath the surface of party resolutions and activities to examine the personal lives and rank and file communism. Had they done so, they might have tempered their condemnation of the party, since they would come into contact with human beings who joined from the most noble motives. Forced to suffer the indignities imposed by a capitalist racist society, they joined to fight their oppressors. In that struggle to escape the ghetto, the sweatshop, and the back-breaking work of an Alabama plantation to create a better world, many were prepared to make enormous personal sacrifices, to undergo economic hardships, beatings, and even death fighting on the picket line or for racial justice in the South. Thousands of American communists were prepared to lose their lives in Spain, and many hundreds did. Perhaps Draper, Howe, Coase, Clare could have enriched their histories had they woven into them more strands of the human element that concerns social historians. But had they done so, it would not have required a change in their analysis of this very special kind of party.
Many of these revisionist historians For many of these revisionist historians, the mere fact that the Communist Party recruited thousands who were oppressed and idealistic automatically gives the party moral worth. At the very least, it presumably discredits the militant anti-Stalinism of people like Theodore Draper and Irving Howe, who saw the party as reactionary and manipulative. But it simply does not follow that the idealism of recruits influenced the organization they join because they feel it addresses their concerns and advances their interests. They could be making the wrong, even disastrous and tragic choice. That was the case, I believe, for those who joined the Communist Party. If I am wrong, it can only be established on the basis of an objective historical analysis of the party, what the party said, did, represented, and not at all on the basis of its ability to attract idealistic people. The revisionists like to project the flattering self-image of social historians in the democratic historical tradition of E.P. Thompson, who examined the lives of working people and how they shaped politics, created their own culture, and influenced history from below. In discussing the experiences of true levelers, of diggers, and a host of other revolutionary movements from below in the 1600s, or of the Luddites and a variety of associations and movements of working-class protest in the late 1700s and early 1800s England, which were the precursors of the magnificent Chartist movement, Thompson sought to show how workers and the lowly can make their own history and their own culture. But these movements from below were all polar opposites of the Communist Party. When workers joined the Chartist movement, it was the continuation of a process in which they were defining their own consciousness and shaping from below England's first great mass democratic movement of working-class struggle. But when workers, for the best and most understandable of reasons, joined the Communist Party, they were not joining a democratic progressive movement which working-class recruits could mold into a dynamic instrument of struggle reflecting their needs and interests. They were joining a party committed to an anti-working class totalitarian state, which was exalted as a model of socialism, a party which, reflecting its organizational and ideological commitment to totalitarianism, was in its hierarchical structure authoritarian in the extreme. These are historically certifiable realities. Thus, when working people joined the party, it might well have reflected and expanded awareness and consciousness, but retaining membership represented a regressive step that meant surrendering the freedom to discuss, debate, and decide party policy and being obliged, as well, to allow themselves to be misused and manipulated for as long as they wanted to remain party members. I'm not questioning the value of examining the history and character of the communist movement through the prism of social history, merely pointing out its inherent limitations where the Communist Party is concerned. Moreover, the effort of revisionist historians to mimic E.P. Thompson in order to mythicize the Communist Party is not only asocial and ahistorical, it completely misses or obscures the truly tragic human dimension of the Communist Party's history. It was impossible that most people free of legal compulsion could remain loyal to a party that pretended to be everything it was not. Inevitably, at some point, doubts and misgivings chipped away at the wall of dogma and the demands of party discipline that prevented them from seeing the party for what it really was. As the wall cracked, personal tensions mounted since there was no democratic outlet where doubters could express themselves. Either they had to leave, or if they gave any overt sign that they had serious questions about the party line, they would be expelled and ostracized. Eventually, that is what happened after a month, a year, a decade, sometimes longer, to the overwhelming majority of those who joined the Communist Party in the 30s and 40s. The party became a revolving door through which literally hundreds of thousands entered, bursting with the spirit of idealism, and came out the other side as often as not, demoralized, disillusioned, cynical about politics, and sometimes psychologically battered by the experience. On the other side of party life, quote, social historians, end quote, parenthesis, if they had the objective political inclination, end parenthesis, might want to explore the psychological mechanisms at work, as well as to recreate the moral tone and atmosphere of a party whose members, rational people in their non-political lives,
could accept and repeat with such fierce fundamentalist conviction the palpable Stalinist absurdity that every major figure except one, and virtually every secondary leader of the Russian Revolution, had become agents or spies for Hitler and Hirohito, were terrorists, saboteurs, etc. I have yet to see proof that a single member of the party who took exception to the bloody purges remained a member. Just think of how extraordinary this is as an example of political and personal pathology. Non-communists also accepted the legitimacy of the Moscow trials. They were fellow travelers who congratulated Stalin for his vigilance and fairness in the pages of The Nation and The New Republic. Unreliable journalists like Walter Duranty, who assured New York Times readers that the trials were plausible to him because he understood the, quote, Russian soul, end quote. There was FDR's blockhead ambassador to the USSR, Joseph Davies, babbling on in his memoir, Mission to Moscow, about the anti-Soviet fifth column. Let me look some of these people up. Walter Duranty was a guy who gave a really glowing review of the Soviet Union, I believe. In the period, he was a journalist in the Soviet Union and denied the massive famines that were going on in the Stalin period. Wikipedia says, Walter Duranty lives from 1884 to 1957. Walter Duranty was an Anglo-American journalist who served as Moscow bureau chief of the New York Times for 14 years, 1922 to 1936, following the Bolshevik victory in the Russian Civil War, 1918 to 1921. In 1932, Duranty received a Pulitzer Prize for a series of reports about the Soviet Union, 11 of which were published in June 1931. Walter Duranty was later criticized for his subsequent denial of the widespread famine, 1930 to 33, in the USSR, most particularly the Holodomor. Beginning in 1990, there were calls for the Pulitzer Board to revoke Duranty's prize. The Pulitzer Board declined to revoke the award, and in 2003 said the articles which it examined in making the award did not contain, quote, clear and convincing evidence of deliberate deception, end quote. Back to the text. And Wikipedia says Joseph Edward Davies lived from 1876 to 1958. Joseph Davies was an American lawyer and diplomat. Joseph Davies was appointed by President Woodrow Wilson in 1915 to be the first chairman of the Federal Trade Commission. From 1936 to 1938, Joseph Davies was the second ever United States ambassador to the Soviet Union. Joseph Davies' book about the experience, Mission to Moscow, and its subsequent film adaptation made him widely known. After Joseph Davies' posting in the USSR, Joseph Davies became U.S. ambassador to Belgium and Luxembourg. From 1939 to 1941, Joseph Davies was special assistant to Secretary of State Cordell Hull, in charge of war emergency problems and policies. From 1942 until 1946, Joseph Davies was chairman of the President's War Relief Control Board. Joseph Davies was also special advisor to President Harry Truman and Secretary of State James F. Barnes, with rank of ambassador at the Potsdam Conference in 1945. The description for Mission to Moscow by Joseph Davies says, this book tells the story of Russia from the treason trials to the Nazi-Soviet war. Joseph E. Davies was appointed American ambassador to the USSR on November 16, 1936, and left for Joseph E. Davies' post shortly thereafter. Joseph E. Davies arrived to find the treason trial of Karl Radek approaching its climax. Joseph E. Davies remained in Moscow until the end of the Czechoslovak crisis. Joseph E. Davies' departure from Moscow did not end his activities in the field of Russian-American relations. After a year and a half as ambassador to Brussels, he was summoned back to Washington to serve as special assistant to the State Department in charge of war emergency problems and policies. Mission to Moscow is a report to the American people on the facts which enabled Mr. Davies to predict the Nazi-Soviet pact, the outbreak of the war, the German attack on Russia, and the amazing resistance of the Red Army. In addition to telling a new story for the first time, Mission to Moscow tells this story in a new way. The book is made up entirely of confidential dispatches to the State Department, selections from diary and journal entries, and correspondence, both official and personal. Back to the text. Back to the text. There was FDR's blockhead ambassador to the USSR, Joseph Davies, babbling on in his memoir, Mission to Moscow, about the anti-Soviet fifth column. The behavior of so many party members in this period was uniquely different for its pathological levels of abuse. Party members in a kind of blood frenzy shrieked denunciations of, quote, Trotskyite fascist mad dogs, end quote, grabbing leaflets out of the hands of, quote, Trotskyite prostitutes, end quote, usually teenage girls, drawing a swastika outside Trotskyist headquarters in the Bronx with an almost exclusively Jewish membership. The occasional social contact with the Trotskyist was politically criminalized, and sexual encounters with the Trotskyist an unspeakable perversion, more sinful than Adam sinking his teeth into the apple proffered by Eve. For their transgressions, Adam and Eve were expelled from paradise. However, the communists who ate the forbidden fruit could only be expelled from the Communist Party, hardly a Garden of Eden. Generally, the revisionist historians acknowledge the subservience of American communism to the Soviet Union, but that is not allowed to interfere with what they believe is an objective, balanced analysis of the party's activist role in American political life. Yes, American communism was slavishly loyal to the Soviet Union, and that was not healthy, for some even deplorable. But didn't the American Communist Party build the CIO? And wasn't that admirable? And weren't they active in the struggle for racial justice in the 30s, etc., etc.? Pointing to the, quote, good that communists allegedly did at selective times in specific places in the long history of American communism becomes the political and moral measuring rod. Why belabor the American-Soviet connection? Why concentrate on party ideology or overviews which can only cloud our view of the, quote, good the party did, and might lead one down the primrose path of anti-communism? This makes for bad history and worse politics. It is not possible to intelligently and rationally judge a political movement, above all the communist movement, selectively isolating one or another detail of its contradictory history. More profoundly revealing about the nature of American Stalinism is that the decision to work toward building industrial unions was less a decision of the American communist rank and file than of the Comintern. The Communist Party was not allowed to throw itself wholeheartedly into the campaign for the CIO until relatively late, after the Popular Front, set in place at the Seventh World Congress in 1935, deemed it the right thing to do in accordance with Soviet interests. Had the Comintern developed a foreign policy that was incompatible with building the CIO, the American Communist Party would have not helped to build it. The fact is that Comrade X, who did, quote, good work in building the CIO in the 30s, was the same Comrade X who acted as a scab in the 1940s, and Comrade Y, who fought for racial equality in the 30s, was the same Comrade Y who sabotaged the struggle against segregation in the 40s. That doesn't mean that Comrade X and Y were good communists in the 30s and bad communists in the 40s. It means that both comrades were part of a movement which reacted not to what was good or bad for the masses, but to what the Soviet party/state believed best served its interests. New section. The Revisionist Historians. An example of this narrow revisionist focus is to be found in Robin D.G. Kelly's recently well-received and impressive work, Hammer and Hoe, A History of Alabama Communists. Wikipedia says, between 1929 and 1941, the Communist Party organized and led a radical, militantly anti-racist movement in Alabama, the center of party activity in the Depression South. Hammer and Hoe documents the efforts of the Alabama Communist Party and its allies to secure racial, economic, and political reforms, sensitive to the complexities of gender, race, culture, and class without compromising the political narrative. Robin Kelley illustrates one of the most unique and least understood radical movements in American history. The Alabama Communist Party was built from scratch by working people who had no Euro-American radical political tradition. It was composed largely of poor blacks, most of whom were semi-literate and devoutly religious, but it also attracted a handful of whites, including unemployed industrial workers, iconoclastic youth, and renegade liberals. Kelley shows that the cultural identities of these people, from Alabama's farms, factories, mines, kitchens, and city streets, shaped the development of the party. The result was a remarkably resilient movement forged in a racist world that had little tolerance for radicals. In the South, race pervaded virtually every aspect of communist activity, and because the party's call for voting rights, racial equality, equal wages for women, and land for landless farmers represented a fundamental challenge to the society and economy of the South, it is not surprising that party organizers faced a constant wave of violence. Kelley's analysis ranges broadly, examining such topics as the party's challenge to black middle-class leadership, the social, ideological, and cultural roots of black working-class radicalism, communist efforts to build alliances with Southern liberals, and the emergence of a left-wing interracial youth movement. Kelley closes with a discussion of the Alabama Communist Party's demise and its legacy for future civil rights activism. Back to the text. An example of this narrow revisionist focus is to be found in Robin D.G. Kelley's well-received and impressive work, Hammer and Hoe, A History of Alabama Communists During the Depression. Kelley seems to believe that it is not only legitimate to present his subject in virtual isolation, but that it is foolish to be sidetracked into detailing such matters as, quote, ... the now infamous debate over the Communist Party USA's relationship to the Communist International, although it had been brewing since the, quote, new social historians, end quote, sought to rewrite Communist Party history from the, quote, bottom up, end quote, challenged earlier studies by Theodore Draper and others depicting American communism as veritable puppets of Kremlin intrigue. The controversy reached a climax in 1985 when battle lines were drawn between pro- and anti-Draper forces, and a deluge of articles and letters engulfed the New York Review of Books, ... After spending the next 4 years living and breathing Alabama Communist Party history, the whole debate seems in retrospect rather superfluous, even silly, end quote. End quote. Robert D.G. Kelley. The deluge that, quote, engulfed the New York Review of Books was indeed a bitter polemical exchange on both sides between Draper and his mainly young revisionist critics. The exchange concerned the relationship between the American movement in Moscow, the American Party's history and ideology. Why should Kelley expect his readers to accept as credible his description of such debates as, quote, superfluous and, quote, silly, while his concerns with the tiny Alabama communist movement, detailed in 250 pages of text and another 100 pages of footnotes and references, is presumably more relevant and wise? This question is not to doubt the slightest the value of the history of the Alabama Communist Party during this early period. There is reason to suspect a larger purpose behind this curt dismissal of a serious and important exchange in the New York Review of Books. By concentrating on the self-sacrifice, idealism, and heroism of Alabama communists, all of which might be true, and emphasizing the good they aspire to in the face of savage adversity, there is the not-so-hidden suggestion that American communism, and not just in Alabama, was a positive force in American life without having to come to grips with the counter-arguments of Theodore Draper and others who tell quite a different story. Yet for all his disdain for the, quote, silly and, quote, superfluous exchanges, Kelley himself is trapped in a contradiction that does damage to the case he tries to build for the autonomy, or parenthesis, semi-autonomy, end parenthesis, of American communism vis-a-vis the Comintern. Thus, in his preface, page Roman numeral 14, Kelly assures his readers that, quote, because neither Joe Stalin, Earl Browder, nor William Z. Foster spoke directly to them or to their daily problems, Alabama communists developed strategies and tactics in response to local circumstances that in most cases had nothing to do with international crises. Besides, if Alabama had waited patiently for orders from Moscow, they might still be waiting today. Not only were lines of communication between New York and Birmingham hazy through the 1930s and 1940s, but Birmingham communists had enough difficulty maintaining contact with comrades as close as Tallapoosa County. Unquote. Robert. I said Robert earlier. It's Robin. I don't know why I said Robin. By the time we reach his epilogue on page 220, we learn of the Alabama communists, quote, yet these women and men, veterans and neophytes alike, shared something in common with the old party. They responded to the Central Committee and Comintern directives with blind faith, blissful ignorance, and bitter independence. And in the confusion of World War, Alabama communists frequently showed signs of all three. End quote. How is it possible that in his preface, Alabama communists had nothing to do with international crises? Read directives from the Comintern. But by the time he reaches his epilogue, one of their three responses to Comintern directives was that of, quote, blind faith. And how could they respond with, quote, blind faith and, quote, bitter independence? Independence could hardly have been bitter if faith was that blind. And if the lines of communication between New York, Moscow, and Alabama were so hazy on page 14, how could communication between the three distant points have so improved by the time we reach 220? It doesn't help Kelly's case to reassure his readers further in his epilogue that for black communists in the Deep South, quote, skepticism overruled faith and reinforced their independence, end quote. It only makes the picture more confusing. I am not for a moment questioning the possibility that black communists in Alabama, tiny in number, did not respond to Comintern directives as reflexively as communists in New York or Chicago were obliged to. Yet, even among Alabama communists, the Comintern line could be evaded up to a point, but not boldly or directly challenged in a spirit of bitter independence. Where Kelly finds the issues raised by Theodore Draper and the subsequent contretemps in the New York Review of Books, superfluous and silly, revisionist Michael Brown is deeply involved in the debates and far more combative. Where am I? Let me look this guy up. And of course, it's published with the soft Stalinist press, the New York, Monthly Review. Okay, this is Michael E. Brown. Where am I? Not really seeing anything for him. Okay, let's see. Back to the text. Michael Brown and several colleagues have assembled a number of essays into a portentously titled volume, Studies in the Politics and Culture of U.S. Communism, which, for the most part, has little that is new and even less that qualifies as, quote, studies. Again, yeah, this book is with Monthly Review, and the description on Monthly Review says, This path-breaking collection of essays recast the prevailing conceptions of the historical roots and role of the U.S. Communist Party and its social setting. The contributors focus on the movement that formed around the party and the popular culture it expressed, particularly in the period from 1930 to 1960. They look at the impact of the part and its followers in the areas of education, literature, and the arts, in the African American community, and on the women's and labor movements. Back to the text. Michael Brown, in his long introductory essay, is infuriated by those traditional historians who have written extensively and most critically about communism. His fiercest blows are directed against Theodore Draper, but despite all the tumbling and pummeling, Draper emerges unscathed. What is most amusing in Professor Brown's polemic is its affected air of scholarly detachment. Michael Brown quotes approvingly from Sean Wilentz' comments in the Voice Literary Supplement on the debates that appeared in the New York Review of Books. Quote, "It's sad how the history of American communism can still provoke gang warfare in the intelligentsia. In 1985, half a century after the American Communist Party reached its peak and more than a generation after American communism all but died, it should be possible to approach the subject with something like detachment. Not, to be sure, dispassion, which is neither attainable nor desirable in studying Stalinism, rather the kind of distance that informs historical passions and turns them into good history. But where the Communist Party is concerned, memories are long, and old loyalties and grudges live on like folk traditions." End quote. Sean Wilentz. Wikipedia says, Sean Wilentz was born in 1951 and is an American historian who serves as the George Henry Davis 1886 Professor of American History at Princeton University, where Sean Wilentz has taught since 1979. Sean Wilentz's primary research interests include U.S. social and political history in the 19th and 20th centuries. Sean Wilentz has written numerous award-winning books and articles, including, most notably, The Rise of American Democracy, Jefferson to Lincoln, which was awarded the Bancroft Prize and was a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize. Back to the text. I don't know whether Sean Wilentz would approve today of his sanctimonious advice then. In any case, it is Michael Brown who interests us here, speaking through the voice of Wilentz, and what we hear resonates with the sound of pomposity. Since not to speak with dispassion means to speak with passion. How is it possible to speak with passion and at the same time with detachment? Although Michael Brown's advice is not altogether coherent, there can be no mistaking the intent. There is nothing about the history of the American Communist Party, or as we know from his other writings, about the history of the former Soviet Union that could unduly ruffle the feathers of the objective historian. That's because Brown is so attached to his illusions about Stalinism in general, and its American affiliate in particular. Parenthesis, but he also give the same sterile advice to a research of the Holocaust, that one cannot intelligently study and interpret the past, in this case the Holocaust, unless it is approached with detachment? And doesn't Brown have as many books on his shelf as I do, by great revolutionary thinkers whom he admires as much as I do, and who rarely, if ever, wrote with detachment? End parenthesis. Most absurd is that Michael Brown's appeal for detachment takes the form of a diatribe against Draper and all those, quote, orthodox historians whose writings reveal, quote, an almost palpable pathos, end quote, and are, quote, predicated on a profound philosophical malaise, end quote, writings that are, quote, outside of social science, end quote, and filled with, quote, bitterness, quote, exemplars of a distinctive polemical genre, end quote, marked by, quote, extraordinarily overtly tendentious type of satire, end quote. Michael E. Brown. This is what Brown means by detached scholarship, question mark. So, is this what Brown means by detached scholarship? Is this what Brown means by detached scholarship? I feel like I'm saying that weird. Anyway, all this flailing mainly against Theodore Draper, whose 2 volumes on American and Soviet communism are recognized even by revisionist historians as significant scholarly achievements, will hardly ruin Draper's well-earned reputation. But Michael E. Brown makes one charge that he is obliged to document. He writes in the New York Review of Books on the 15th of August, 1985, of, quote, the professional anti-communism advocated by Draper, end quote. Emphasis added. So let me repeat the quote. The professional anti-communism advocated by Draper, end quote. Emphasis added. Unless Brown can document his charge that Draper, quote, advocated, quote, professional anti-communism, end quote, he is guilty of more than the modest offense of polemical abuse. Since Brown is such a strong proponent of maintaining the highest levels of scholarship, of writing, quote, good history, one wonders why Ellen Schrecker's article made it into the collection. Wikipedia says Ellen Schrecker was born in 1938. Ellen Schrecker is an American professor emerita of American University at Yeshiva University. Ellen Schrecker has received the Frederick Ewen Academic Freedom Fellowship at the Tenement Library at NYU. Ellen Schrecker is known primarily for her work on the history of McCarthyism. Historian Ronald Radosh has described Ellen Schrecker as, quote, the dean of the anti-communist historians, end quote. Ellen Schrecker has taught at Harvard, Princeton, New York University, the New School for Social Research, and Columbia. From 1998 to 2002, Schrecker was the editor of Academe, the journal of American Association of University Professors. Schrecker married Marvin Gettleman, who lived from 1933 to 2017, a professor emeritus of history. Schrecker has said that she is, quote, a card-carrying member of the American Civil Liberties Union who undertook the study of McCarthyism precisely because of my opposition to its depredations against freedom of speech, end quote. And that, quote, in this country, McCarthyism did more damage to the Constitution than the American Communist Party ever did, end quote. In a reply to an essay that Ellen Schrecker and Maurice Isserman, talked about before, wrote in The Nation in 2000, John Earl Haynes quoted the leader of the UDA, the predecessor of the politically progressive ADA, who stated that, quote, an alliance between liberals and communists, bracket would, end bracket, betray liberalism's bedrock democratic values, end quote. John Earl Haynes cited as evidence of Schrecker's illiberalism her statement that, quote, Cold War liberalism did not, in fact, quote, get it right, end quote, end quote. Ellen Schrecker has been criticized by Trotskyites. That's a polemical use of the word. No Trotskyist refers to themselves as a Trotskyite. That's a term of abuse, in my opinion. Schrecker has been criticized by Trotskyites for being excessively concerned with the reputations of persons connected with the Stalin-supporting Communist Party USA, noting that the Communist Party USA supported the U.S. government's prosecution of Trotskyites under the Smith Act and in general persecuted socialists who did not support Stalin's regime. Ellen Schrecker has written critically of David Horowitz's, quote, academic Bill of Rights, end quote, manifesto against what he considers a predominant liberal bias in American higher education. Ellen Schrecker concurred with the ACLU and Amnesty International, the Center for Constitutional Rights, and the American Association of University Professors in condemning the University of South Florida's 2003 dismissal of a tenured faculty member, the Palestinian Board Professor of Computer Engineering, Sami al-Arian, following his federal indictment during the Bush presidency on charges of raising money for terrorism through his support for Palestinian causes. Ellen Schrecker wrote, quote, "Just as charges of communist sympathies in the 1950s destroyed the careers of people who studied China, so today the Arab-Israeli conflict plagues scholars who come from or study the Middle East. Predictably, the first major academic freedom case to arise after September 11th involved a Palestinian nationalist, the already controversial University of South Florida professor of computer engineering, Sami al-Arian, suspended and fired after the federal government charged him with supporting terrorism. Sami al-Arian's summary dismissal, even if the university were to revisit it in light of his recent acquittal, is a classical violation of academic freedom. It involved his off-campus political activities," end quote. Ellen Schrecker's best-known book is Many Are the Crimes, McCarthyism in America in 1998, about which Kirkus Reviews wrote, quote, "It is no easy task bringing new life to an era already as dissected as the McCarthy era. Yet this is what Schrecker accomplishes in a magnificent study of how and why McCarthyism happened and how its shadow still darkens our lives," end quote. In addition, Ellen Schrecker has written on political repression, academic freedom, Soviet espionage during the Cold War, Franco-American relations in the 1920s, and Chinese cuisine. Back to the text. Since Brown is such a strong proponent of maintaining the highest levels of scholarship, of writing, quote, good history, one wonders why Ellen Schrecker's article made it into the collection. How could any historian who meets Brown's rigorous standard of viewing the past with, quote, something like detachment, end quote, write about, quote, McCarthyism and the decline of American communism, 1945 to 1960, end quote, and fail to mention that among the first victims of McCarthyite-type witch hunts were not the communists but the leaders of the Trotskyist Socialist Workers' Party, 18 of whom were sent to jail in 1941, convicted for violating the same Smith Act that was to be the legal basis for the persecution of communists after the war. This omission cannot be excused on the ground that the Trotskyists were jailed in 1941. Rather, given Ellen Schrecker's very non-detached political agenda, it is embarrassing for Ellen Schrecker to acknowledge in an essay denouncing McCarthyism that in the 40s the Stalinists were pre-McCarthy McCarthyites, who, in their patriotic fervor, applauded the jailing of Socialist Workers' Party leaders. Footnote: that this omission was no oversight is provided by her essay on communism in the labor movement and the role of the government in another collection, The CIO's Left-Led Unions, published in 1992, in which there is no mention that during the war communists in and outside the labor movement operated as if they had a covenant with government witch hunters. End footnote. Parenthesis, quote, "The American people can find no objection to the destruction of the fifth column in this country," end quote. Said Communist Party journalist Milton Howard, quote, "On the contrary, they must insist on it," end quote. Also, if this volume was designed to, quote, assist teachers and students, end quote, to understand communist history, why print Annette T. Rubinstein's fairy tale account of her 20-year tour of duty in the party? Wikipedia says Annette Rubinstein lived from 1910 to 2007 and was an American Marxist educator, literary critic, and activist. Annette Rubinstein was born on the 12th of April 1910 on the Lower East Side in New York City. Both of her parents, Abraham and Jean Rubinstein, were teachers. Annette Rubinstein earned her Ph.D. from Columbia University and then became the principal of the Robert Louis Stevenson High School. Annette Rubinstein joined the Communist Party in the 1930s and remained a secret member of the party until 1952. Annette Rubinstein was also active in the American Labor Party and served as its state vice chairman. Annette Rubinstein met American Labor Party politician Vito Marcantonio in 1934 and later worked for him as an advisor. In 1958, she ran for lieutenant governor of New York on the independent socialist ticket. As a writer and literary critic, Annette Rubinstein was the author of the 2-volume book, The Great Tradition in English Literature from Shakespeare to Shaw, which focused, quote, from a Marxist perspective on the relationship of political and social movements to, quote, major literary works, end quote. Rubinstein taught in East Germany between 1960 and 1962 and served as the vice chairman of the German-American Friendship Society, which advocated for American recognition of the German Democratic Republic. Annette Rubinstein's papers are held in Tenement Library at New York University. Back to the text. Also, if this volume was designed to, quote, assist teachers and students, end quote, to understand communist history, why print Annette T. Rubinstein's fairy tale account of her 20-year tour of duty in the party? Quote, The Cultural World of the Communist Party, a Historical Overview, end quote. Are teachers expected to teach and students expected to believe that, quote, while directives coming down from headquarters to the Communist Party members in a trade union, a consumers group, a parent-teacher organization, or any other body, often even a local Communist Party club, may have amounted to a great deal of paper, that's all they amounted to. End quote. One of the few interesting essays in the Brown collection is Mark Nason's article titled Remaking America, Communists and Liberals in the Popular Front. Wikipedia says Mark D. Nason was born in 1946. Mark Nason is a professor of history at Fordham University, the Jesuit University of New York. Mark Nason is a former political activist, was a member of CORE, Congress of Racial Equality, and Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, in the 1960s. Mark Nason is a graduate of Columbia University and holds a Ph.D. in American history. Mark Nason entered Columbia University in the fall of 1962. By the end of his freshman year, Mark Nason began to feel like he had to oppose racial segregation more actively. By the fall of 1963, Mark Nason joined the Columbia chapter of the Congress of Racial Equality. CORE is a civil rights organization that was pivotal in the United States, particularly in the 1950s and 1960s. CORE was started in 1942 and was open to, quote, anyone who believes that, quote, all people are created equal, end quote, and is willing to work towards the ultimate goal of true equality throughout the world, end quote. Congress of Racial Equality quickly became one of the university's biggest political action groups. Mark Nason signed up to tutor and help organize tenants in East Harlem. Mark Nason earned his BA and MA in American History at Columbia in June 1966 and June 1967, respectively. Nason went on to earn his Ph.D. in American History from Columbia in January 1976. By 1967, shit, how long is this guy's fucking life story here? Okay. think it's not that bad. By 1967, Mark Nason was participating in anti-war activities sponsored by Students for a Democratic Society. Although Nason was against the Vietnam War, he had objections to SDS's political style. Mark Nason felt that they were too wrapped up in Marxist thinking and not concerned enough with the human aspect of the war. In the spring of 1967, SDS held a demonstration against the Reserve Officers Training Corps, ROTC, on the Columbia campus. Nason participated in the demonstration, but to distinguish himself from SDS members, he wore his athletic jacket and carried a sign saying, quote, "Jocks for Peace." In February 1968, Nason was arrested for civil disobedience at a protest on the Columbia campus at the proposed Harlem site for the new gym. In April of that year, Nason's father and Martin Luther King Jr. died within 2 weeks of each other. Both of these deaths had profound impacts on Nason. At this point in his life, he decided that he needed to be more involved in radical politics. 2 weeks after King's death, there was another protest against the gym, and again Nason participated. This time it was organized by the Columbia chapter of SDS and SAS, Student African American Society. Mark Rudd, SDS's leader, urged the group of almost 500 to seize buildings to make sure their voices were heard. They soon overtook Hamilton Hall, giving them leverage that no other demonstration had ever held. During the building occupation, Nason spoke briefly about the historical context of the march. During his speech, he said that, quote, "The forces opposing university expansion have the upper hand. Let's not leave this building until we get some serious concessions," end quote. During the protest, Nason realized that while he did not necessarily agree with SDS's contempt for white protesters, Mark Nason also felt that their tactics in the gym protests were far more effective, a realization that led him to join SDS after the strike. After Mark Nason joined, Nason was asked by Rudd to use his knowledge of African American and labor movement history to argue that the nationalist impulse was a progressive force in African American life in SDS's leadership's fight against the progressive labor movement. The progressive labor movement, generally referred to as PL, included members of SDS who were arguing that black nationalism was reactionary and that no revolution could be built with separate black and white wings. By that fall, Nason had taken on an even greater role in SDS, both in the regional offices and nationally. Nason participated in many protests and attended the SDS National Convention in Chicago in 1969. When the group calling itself Weathermen was instituted at the SDS National Convention in Chicago, Nason was there. Mark Nason even joined another member of the group to sign a lease on a house in South Brooklyn. Nason participated in discussions for the Days of Rage to be held in Chicago in the fall of 1969. On a Saturday in October 1969, all that changed. Nason was in a park with a group of friends, and while there, they met a group of teenagers. They started talking and soon learned that a cafe across the way would not serve them because they looked like hippies. Furious, Nason and the others marched into the cafe and demanded that they be served. The police were called and a fight ensued, resulting in 11 arrests. After a couple days in jail, Nason was released on bail by his comrades with the assumption that he would contact a gym teacher at a local school to get the word out about the Days of Rage. Nason did not want to put his life on the line and be back in jail within the week. After tangling with members of the Weathermen, Nason ceased associating with the group. Nason was briefly investigated by the FBI. According to his memoir, the FBI bugged his house electronically and tried to question his neighbors, who, however, refused to say anything about him. After 3 days, the FBI was satisfied that he was no longer in the Weathermen and they left him alone. Mark Nason lost one of his dearest friends, Ted Gold, during the accidental explosion of a Greenwich Village townhouse by an amateur SDS bomb-making group. Kathy Boudin, in the house at the time, had been one of his favorite contacts in the New York collective, and she survived the blast. In his grief over the loss of Gold, Nason wrote a poem published in Radical America as a tribute to his fallen friend, quote, "I remember Ted best. He is dead, of a bomb meant for better targets," end quote. Asked about his arrest during the Columbia incident, Nason replied, quote, "Getting arrested to protest Columbia's attempt to build a gym in a Harlem Park was something I was proud of at the time and am still proud of now," end quote. Mark Nason claims that his only regret in life has been not leaving Weathermen when they started talking about getting rid of monogamy. Mark Nason, that's what's problematic about the Weathermen. Nason has been on the faculty of Fordham University in New York City since 1970, where he is professor of African American Studies and History, director of the Bronx African American History Project, and has served as director of Urban Studies. Mark Nason's most popular course at Fordham, quote, From Rock and Roll to Hip-Hop, Urban Youth Cultures in Post-War America, was the study of an interview with him on National Public Radio. Mark Nason has written over 100 articles and published 3 books on urban history, African American history, and the history of sports. Mark Nason has also appeared on the O'Reilly Factor, Chappelle's Show, the Discovery Channel's The Greatest American. Mark Nason has also been an outspoken critic of Teach for America. Nason is co-founder of the Badass Teachers Association, a group dedicated to fighting the Common Core curriculum and corporate influences on American education. Okay, back to the text. Sorry about that. That was a little bit longer than I should have been reading. But hopefully it's worth it, and Mark Nason's talked about for a little while. One of the few interesting essays in the Brown collection is Mark Nason's article, Remaking America, Communists and Liberals in the Popular Front. Mark Nason makes no apologies for the Soviet Union, which, quote, had evolved into something truly evil, a society in which paranoia, thought control, and murder had become institutionalized, end quote. Nor does Nason apologized for American communist leaders who, quote, still functioned as though they thought their real constituency, the one that could make or break them as leaders, was in the Soviet Union. Without the slightest embarrassment, they translated the Soviet obsession with internal opposition into a U.S. setting. ... end quote. And, quote, what all pop fronters shared was a set of principles and affinities, unwavering support for the Soviet Union domestically and internationally, end quote. All this seems to leave no room for equivocation about the servility of American communism, but logic does not prevail. Nason still finds that while party leaders functioned under, quote, tight discipline, the party rank and file moving in and out of the party functioned with a great deal of autonomy, end quote. Mark Nason. Communists were always free to use their feet to walk out or run out of the party. This lawful, inalienable right had absolutely nothing to do with autonomy. Autonomy is manifest only where members have the right to be critical of party policies and of the Soviet Union and retain membership. And autonomy for the party as a whole means to sever the umbilical cord tying it to Moscow. Since neither the rank and file nor the leadership enjoyed the right of independent and critical self-expression on substantive questions within the party, and it was unthinkable that the Communist Party would make important decisions on its own, which conflicted with the Soviet line, autonomy was an alien concept in the history of American communism. Defending U.S. communists against the accusations of, quote, cynicism, Mark Nason argues, quote, though the Comintern may have employed anti-fascist appeals largely for Soviet raison d'etat, neither the rank-and-file party membership or the much larger network of party sympathizers and allies approached this activity in the spirit of mechanical obedience. It did not take much persuasion to make a Jewish printer or a Croatian steelworker hate Hitler, or a black schoolteacher denounce Mussolini, or an Austrian refugee actor raise funds for victims of the Dollfuss regime. Such individuals, the bones and sinews of the communist movement, approached the anti-fascist cause with the feeling that their own lives were at stake, end quote. I don't know of any critic of the American Communist Party who would contradict the generalization that the members were often bonded to the party on the basis of their own experiences and agreed with its positions. But that tells us very little about the, quote, bones and sinews, end quote, of either the membership of the party, or the party. If people joined a party in which they did not believe, we would not be discussing a political organization, but a political madhouse. In any case, Mark Nason is making it much too easy for himself. Of course, it is understandable why the Jewish printer or the Croatian steelworker were drawn to the party during its Popular Front phase when it appeared as the champion of anti-fascism. That doesn't address itself to the more pertinent question of what would have happened to the Jewish and Croat workers if they decided that the policy of, quote, collective security was the wrong way to carry on the struggle. But the most apparent flaw in Mark Nason's defense of rank-and-file virtue is that he doesn't ask himself or his readers the following. If these ethnic workers did not join the party in the, quote, spirit of mechanical obedience, end quote, when anti-Nazism was being promoted, In what spirit did these workers remain loyal to the party and unwavering in their support for the Soviet Union during the Nazi-Soviet alliance? I don't know about the Croats, but the vast majority of the Jewish party members remained in the party. They did sincerely, quote, believe in the did they sincerely, quote, believe in the Hitler-Stalin pact? That is hard to believe. Certainly the Jewish worker did not support Soviet collaboration with the Nazis with the enthusiasm and in the pure, uncomplicated sense in which he or she believed in the anti-Nazi appeals of the Popular Front era. To believe in the Nazi-Soviet pact, political psychological reserves based on faith had to be drawn upon so that this atrocious alliance could be rationalized. But doesn't belief that relies on such rationalization require the repudiation of political principles and the sacrifice of moral values? And isn't cynicism precisely about a loss of moral values and rationalizing lies to oneself and others to give them the appearance of truth? One second. Where am I? God, I've lost my spot. Joe Covell's Red Hunting in the Promised Land, Anti-Communism and the Making of America covers the period from American entry into World War I until the Soviet system crumbled. Isn't he like a Marxist, like, psychiatrist or something like that? Oh, well. I was thinking psychologist and it said psychiatrist on the screen. And then I was like, so I don't actually know what I'm saying. Okay, his Wikipedia is really long, so I'm really just going to read the introduction. Joel Covell lived from 1936 to 2018 and was an American psychiatrist, scholar, human rights activist, and author known as a founder of eco-socialism. Joel Covell became a psychoanalyst, but he abandoned psychoanalysis in 1985. Now let's look up his book. This is the description for Red Hunting in the Promised Land, Anti-Communism and the Making of America, published in 1994. In the wake of the Cold War, an eminent social critic examines the roots of America's anti-communist frenzy. What amounted to an American civil religion for nearly half a century was at least as much a spiritual as a political phenomenon, according to Joel Covell. It succeeded because it mobilized fears about our own social and individual identities against a demonized enemy. Organized around a series of compelling portraits of leading politicians and ideologues, Red Hunting in the Promised Land traces the evolution of anti-communism from the time of the Bolshevik Revolution to the collapse of communism in our time. Beginning with the Great Red Scare of 1919, Covell goes on to explore the diabolic imaginings of Father Coughlin and his brand of anti-Semitic anti-communism, George Kennan and his elitist vision of the national security state, John Foster Dulles and the apocalyptic world of, quote, massive retaliation, J. Edgar Hoover and the paranoia of socio-sexual repression, Joe McCarthy and the right-wing populism of the, quote, American Inquisition, Hubert Humphrey and the strange career of liberal anti-communism, James Angleton and the knight-errantry of anti-communism at the CIA, and lastly, the denouement of the, quote, evil empire in the age of Ronald Reagan and George Bush. Cold War anti-communism was not the first of our great, quote, Red Scares. Covell points out that the original, far more extended,
quote, Red Scare was the European reaction to indigenous peoples or Native Americans who had to be diabolized so that their lands could be expropriated. What is it about America that has made both our leadership and the public repeatedly prone to hunt enemies in great crusades or moral absolutism, by shifting attention from its object, communism, to its subject, American civilization? The book challenges the basic understanding of the nature of anti-communism. It draws connections between anti-communism as an internal control mechanism and anti-communism as the instrument of foreign policy, relating these aspects in turn to a study of psychology, national mythology, and culture. It further relates anti-communism to deep structures in Western Christianity, connecting, for example, the Book of Revelation to nuclear arms policy, the Inquisition of Europe to McCarthyism, archaic mythologies of the hunt to J. Edgar Hoover's anti-communist crusade. Back to the text. Joe Cavell's Red Hunting in the Promised Land, Anti-Communism and the Making of America covers the period from American entry into World War I until the Soviet system crumbled. Alger Hiss Professor of Social Studies at Bard College, Joel Cavell is a felicitous writer, a skilled historian and trained psychologist who effectively applies his talents to provide insight into the antecedents and precursors of anti-communism, which Cavell finds in the mean-spirited ethos and witch hunts of 17th century Puritan New England and in later nativist know-nothing movements. Joel Cavell studies these links from a dozen angles and makes subtle and interesting observations, but what is most striking is that Cavell has achieved what I would have not thought possible, a book on the hunting of communists, which, with practically no discussion of the communists or their movement, and with many pages on the Cold War, but virtually no discussion of the Soviet Union. We learn more about Cotton Mather than we do about the communist victims of McCarthyism. More about Puritan New England than about the Soviet Union, and less about the dynamics of the Cold War than about the war against, quote, witches in Salem. Was Cotton Mather the prosecutor in the Salem witch trials? I don't know. He's referenced a lot in H.P. Lovecraft stories, so that's my familiarity with him. Cotton Mather lived from 1663 to 1728, was a Puritan clergyman and author in colonial New England who wrote extensively on theological, historical, and scientific subjects. After being educated at Harvard College, Cotton Mather joined his father, Increase, as minister of the Congregationalist Old North Meeting House in Boston, Massachusetts, where he preached for the rest of his life. Cotton Mather has been referred to as the, quote, first American evangelical, end quote. A major intellectual and public figure in English-speaking colonial America, Cotton Mather helped lead the successful revolt of 1689 against Sir Edmund Andros, the governor of New England appointed by King James II. Mather's subsequent involvement in the Salem witch trials of 1692 to 1693, which Mather defended in the book Wonders of the Invisible World, published in 1693, attracted intense controversy in Mather's own day and has negatively affected Mather's historical reputation. As a historian of colonial New England, Mather is noted for his Magnalia Christi Americana, published in 1702. Personally and intellectually committed to the waning social and religious orders in New England, Cotton Mather unsuccessfully sought the presidency of Harvard College. After 1702, Cotton Mather clashed with Joseph Dudley, the governor of the province of Massachusetts Bay, whom Mather attempted unsuccessfully to drive out of power. Cotton Mather championed the new Yale College as an intellectual bulwark of Puritanism in New England. He corresponded extensively with European intellectuals and received an honorary Doctor of Divinity degree from the University of Glasgow in 1710. I was just thinking, isn't Cotton the father's name and the grandfather's name and King of the Hill? Hank Hillstead. Cotton Hill. A promoter of the new experimental science in America, Cotton Mather carried out original research on plant hybridization. Mather also researched the variolation method of inoculation as a means of a means of preventing smallpox contagion, which he learned about from an African-American slave who he owned, Onesimus. Cotton Mather dispatched many reports on scientific matters to the Royal Society of London, which elected Cotton Mather as a fellow in 1713. Cotton Mather's promotion of inoculation against smallpox caused violent controversy in Boston during the outbreak of 1721. Scientist and United States founding father Benjamin Franklin, who as a young Bostonian had opposed the old Puritan order represented by Cotton Mather and participated in the anti-inoculation campaign, later described Mather's book Bonifacius, or Essays to Do Good, published in 1710, as a major influence on his life. Back to the text. This basic flaw can be traced to what Joel Cavell calls, quote, a few terminological points, end quote, about his use of communism with a capital C and communism with a small c. Cavell uses capital C, quote, to designate actually existing movements, governments, and so on, which took life from the Bolshevik Revolution and its many offshoots, end quote. Cavell, to wit, the communism of the American Communist Party and the communism of the Soviet Union. Cavell uses the lowercase c, quote, to designate whatever inherently belongs to the ideal form of the vision of a classless society, end quote. And Cavell explains that the, quote, Soviet system, while nominally capital C communist, was, given its hierarchy, exploitation, and lack of democracy, neither communist nor even authentically socialist, end quote. Cavell. Cavell then goes on to say, quote, because this study is about anti-communism and not anti-communism, this study is about anti-communism, anti with no like hyphen between anti-communism, lowercase anti-communism, and not anti-capital C communism, little effort will be made to sort out the vast complexities of the communist experience, except as they cast light on our own ideological system, end quote. This writer is the last person to deny the contradiction between the communism of Stalinist despotism and the communism of social emancipation, but I also know that in the context of a discussion of witch hunts in America during the Cold War, to virtually ignore, quote, the vast complexities of the communist experience, end quote, can be a form of apologetics by way of evasion. With this approach, Cavell can feel free to ignore the fact that not long before the foul weed of McCarthyism sprouted, one of the leading anti-communist forces, with a small c, was the Communist Party with a very large C, when it sought to suppress labor militants and radical visionaries during America's wartime alliance with the Soviet Union. I'm going to repeat that sentence because it seems apt to me. With this approach, Cavell can feel free to ignore the fact that not long before the foul weed of McCarthyism sprouted, one of the leading anti-communist, anti-lowercase c communist forces, with a small c, was the Communist Party with a very large C, when it sought to suppress labor militants and radical visionaries during America's wartime alliance with the Soviet Union. While Cavell avoids a discussion in any depth of the Soviet Union, Cavell does not totally ignore it. Early on, Cavell assures the reader that, quote, I consider the Soviet Union to have been a colossal failure and a wrong turn in the history of socialism. This is especially so for the regime of Stalin, which was a period of criminality on a scale scarcely ever seen in human history, end quote. Cavell's libertarian anti-capital C communism looks promising, but not for long. Just a dozen pages later, his abhorrence of Soviet criminality on an unprecedented scale sounds less convincing when he complains that, quote, Soviet slave labor is hardly ever seen as a phase, brutal and heinous to be sure, but related to the industrialization of backward Russia and not to any socialist goal as such. To call attention to this feature would remind us that the United States has had a vastly more extended slave period as part of its own capitalist development, where the black hole bracket of anti-communism and bracket operates. Capital C communism can never be bad enough. Communism must be all bad, drawn to hell
in toto, end quote. Joel Cavell. The first sentence is a rationalization for Russian slave labor that might have been inspired by Isaac Deutscher, whose apologias for Stalinism had a profoundly negative influence on the left that is still apparent. The notion that slave labor was a, quote, phase that served some historic purpose as a factor in industrializing backward Russia, even though this industrialization was achieved on top of the corpses of millions, and despite the fact that the leading beneficiary of that bloody, quote, phase was a brutal communist ruling class, is repugnant and in the ugliest tradition of anti-communism, anti-lowercase c communism. It is a view worthy of Cotton Mather, not of a socialist, and unless Joel Cavell or anyone can find something more convincing than the contributions of slave labor to industrialization, I will remain convinced that Stalinism was indeed, quote, bad, all bad, end quote. I am no expert on Civil War America, but I do not recall it being argued that the extended period of slavery in the time of the antebellum South was, quote, part of, which in the context of his argument can only mean contributed to, capitalist development in this country. I was always under the impression that slavery was a crippling restraint on the growth of the productive forces. But even if I am wrong, and slavery was a part of the development of American capitalism parallel to the slave labor phase in the industrialization of backward Russia, then, intentionally or not, Cavell is advocating an apologia for chattel slavery in the American South. Our doubt that Cavell's outrage over Stalinist criminality is more than pro forma is strengthened when Cavell says, quote, granted, the Soviets had much that was odious about them, perhaps more, exclamation point, than any of the other players at the time. But the question is, did the Soviets belong to the same moral species or not? Should the Soviet Union be regarded as an adversary sharing in a common humanity with whom one has basic disagreements, or an adversary so far outside of the human community that the question of agreeing or disagreeing never comes up except in superficial tactical ways, end quote. Joel Cavell. Quote, did the Soviets belong to the same moral species or not, end quote. Cavell. Which moral species is Cavell asking about? As a lifelong socialist, therefore a lifelong socialist, parenthesis, therefore a lifelong anti-capital C communist, end parenthesis, I believe that the Soviet Union, that is the, quote, odious, end quote, state that slaughtered tens of millions, definitely does not belong to the same moral species as those who have a genuine regard for human rights and human dignity. Quote, should the Soviet Union be regarded as an adversary sharing in a common humanity, ... end quote, etc., etc., a common humanity, exclamation point. Soviet despotism had no common humanity to share. Was the Soviet power, quote, far outside the human community, end quote. I suppose that all of us, Stalin and Hitler, Jacobson and Cavell, belong to the same biological community of Homo sapiens, but if we are talking about, quote, human, in a social and moral sense, I would like to think that both Jacobson and Cavell are such irreconcilable adversaries of Stalinism and Hitlerism that someday it would be unthinkable for anyone to pose that question. One final point on Cavell's failure to discuss communism, or capital C communism or lowercase c communism, in a serious way is his unseemly, abrupt treatment of those who contributed to the famous collection of memoirs, The God That Failed, which included André Gide, Ignacio Silon, Stephen Spender, Richard Wright, and Arthur Koestler. Wikipedia says The God That Failed is a 1949 collection of 6 essays by Louis Fisher, André Gide, Arthur Koestler, Ignacio Silon, Stephen Spender, and Richard Wright. The common theme of the essay is the author's disillusionment with and abandonment of communism. The book was conceived and edited by Richard Crossman, a member of Parliament for the British Labour Party, It contained Fischer's definition of, quote, Kronstadt as the moment in which some communists or fellow travelers decided not just to leave the Communist Party, but to oppose the Communist Party as anti-communist. Crossman said in the book's introduction, quote, the Kronstadt rebels called for Soviet power free from Bolshevik dominance, end quote. After describing the actual Kronstadt rebellion, Louis Fischer spent many pages applying the concept to some subsequent former communists, including himself. Quote, what counts decisively is the, quote, Kronstadt. Until its advent, one may waver emotionally or doubt intellectually or even reject the cause altogether in one's mind and yet refuse to attack it. I had no, quote, Kronstadt, end quote, for many years, end quote. Writers who subsequently picked up the term have included Whittaker Chambers, Clark Kerr, David Edgar, William F. Buckley Jr., and Norman Podhoretz, bracket citation needed, end bracket. While preparing the book, Crossman also approached the famous American ex-communist Whittaker Chambers about contributing an essay. However, Chambers was still employed by Time magazine at the time, having not yet gone public with his charges against Alger Hiss, and so declined to participate. I'll look up some of these people right quick. Louis Fischer lived from 1896 to 1970 and was an American journalist. Among Louis Fischer's works were a contribution to the ex-communist treatise The God That Failed, published in 1949, The Life of Mahatma Gandhi, 1950, basis for the Academy Award-winning film Gandhi, as well as A Life of Lenin, which won the 1965 National Book Award in History and Biography. Wikipedia says, André Gide lived from 1869 to 1951. André Gide is a prolific French writer and author whose writings spanned a wide variety of styles and topics. André Gide was awarded the 1947 Nobel Prize in Literature. Gide's career ranged from his beginnings in the symbolist movement to criticizing imperialism between the two world wars. The author of more than 50 books, André Gide was described in his obituary in the New York Times as, quote, France's greatest contemporary man of letters, end quote. And, quote, judged the greatest French writer of this century by the literary cognoscenti, end quote. Known for André Gide's fiction as well as his autobiographical works, Gide expressed the conflict and eventual reconciliation of the two sides of his personality, characterized by a Protestant austerity and a transgressive sexual adventurousness, respectively. André Gide suggested that a strict and moralistic education had helped set these facets at odds. Gide's work can be seen as an investigation of freedom and empowerment in the face of moralistic and puritanical constraints. André Gide worked to achieve intellectual honesty. As a self-professed pederast, he used his writings to explore his struggle to be fully oneself, including owning one's sexual nature, without betraying one's values. André Gide's political activity was shaped by the same ethos. While sympathetic to communism in the early 1930s, as were many intellectuals, after his 1936 journey to the USSR, André Gide supported the anti-Stalinist left. During the 1940s, he shifted towards more traditional values and repudiated communism as an idea that breaks with the traditions of the Christian civilization. Wikipedia says Arthur Koestler lived from 1905 to 1983 and was an Austro-Hungarian-born author and journalist. Koestler was born in Budapest and was educated in Austria apart from his early school years. In 1931, Arthur Koestler joined the Communist Party of Germany but resigned in 1938 after becoming disillusioned with Stalinism. Having moved to Britain in 1940, Koestler published his novel Darkness at Noon, an anti-totalitarian work that gained him international fame. Over the next 43 years, Koestler espoused many political causes and wrote novels, memoirs, biographies, and numerous essays. In 1949, Kussler began secretly working with a British Cold War anti-communist propaganda department known as the Information Research Department, which would pre-publish and distribute many of his works and also fund his activities. In 1968, he was awarded the Sonning Prize, quote, for his outstanding contribution to European culture, end quote. In 1972, Arthur Kussler was made a commander of the Order of the British Empire. In 1976, Kussler was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease and in 1979 with terminal leukemia. On the 1st of March 1983, Kussler and his wife Cynthia died of suicide together at their London home by swallowing lethal quantities of barbiturate-based Twinol capsules. Wikipedia says Stephen Spender lived from 1909 to 1995 and was an English poet, novelist, and essayist whose work concentrated on themes of social justice and class struggle. He was appointed the U.S. Poet Laureate Consultant in Poetry to the Library of Congress in 1965. And finally, Richard Wright. Richard Wright lived from 1908 to 1960 and was an American author of novels, short stories, poems, and nonfiction. Much of Richard Wright's literature concerned racial themes, especially related to the plight of African Americans during the late 19th to mid-20th centuries, suffering discrimination and violence. Richard Wright's best-known works include the novella collection Uncle Tom's Children, published in 1938, the novel Native Son, published in 1940, and the memoir Black Boy, published in 1945. Literary critics believe his work helped change race relations in the United States in the mid-20th century. Back to the text. In several pages that smack of an old-fashioned Stalinist diatribe, these intellectuals are denounced in the most personal terms for their anti-lowercase-c communism. Above all, Arthur Kussler, whose opinions are totally ignored, is personally assaulted in psychoanalytic terms, a, quote, narcissist, who's, quote, tormented by hatred and guilt, end quote, and whose politics, quote, derived from his inordinate self-regard, end quote, and on and on. But about what Kussler, Salone, Guide, et al. Said of their experiences with the Stalinist movement and the views they developed of communist society, Cavell has nothing to say. Radical Representations, Politics, and Forms in U.S. Proletarian Fiction, 1929 to 1941, by Barbara Foley, is described by her publisher as a work which, quote, recaptures an important literature and rewrites a segment of American cultural history long obscured and distorted by the anti-communist bias of contemporaries and subsequent critics, end quote. I think she still writes books. Wikipedia says Barbara Claire Foley, born 1948, is an American writer and the Distinguished Professor of English at Rutgers University, Newark. Barbara Foley focuses her research on teaching on U.S. literary radicalism, African American literature, and Marxist criticism. The author of 6 books and over 70 scholarly articles, review essays, and book chapters. She has published on literary theory, academic politics, U.S. proletarian literature, the Harlem Renaissance, and the writers Ralph Ellison and Jean Toomer. Throughout her career, her work has emphasized the centrality of anti-racism and Marxist class analysis to both literary study and social movements. Let's see, where am I? Born in New York City, Barbara Foley attended Radcliffe College from 1965 to 1969, graduating Phi Beta Kappa and magna cum laude. She earned a PhD with honors from the University of Chicago in 1976. During the late 60s and early 1970s in the anti-war, anti-racist, and feminist movements, she began what became an extended involvement in left-wing politics. Barbara Foley taught at the University of Wisconsin from 1976 to 1980, and at Northwestern University from 1980 to 1987. She was denied tenure by the provost at Northwestern University on the grounds of, quote, grave professional misconduct, end quote, stemming from her participation in a 1985 campus demonstration against Adolfo Calero, a Nicaraguan Contra leader, even though she had been approved for tenure by a department, the A&P Committee, and the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences. In 1987, the Modern Language Association passed a resolution appealing to NU's President Arnold Weber to overrule the provost's decision and grant tenure to Foley. Since 1987, Foley has been on the faculty of Rutgers University in Newark. Barbara Foley has been the recipient of awards for both teaching and scholar activism at Rutgers University Newark, as well as fellowships for the National Endowment of the Humanities and the American Council of Learned Societies. Barbara Foley was elected to the MLA Delegate Assembly 4 times for a total of 12 years. As representative of politics and the profession, she served as the president of the MLA Radical Caucus from 2005 to 2017. Since 2000, Barbara Foley has been on the editorial board and manuscript committee of the Marxist journal Science and Society, where she is currently vice president. Barbara Foley has lectured on American literature and Marxist theory in France and Cuba, as well as during 4 trips to China, where several of her works have been translated into Chinese. Since 1990, she has served as chair of the National Organization of Women, NJ Task Force on Combating Racism. Foley's first book, Telling the Truth, The Theory and Practice of Documentary Fiction, published in 1986, is a Marxist commentary on text combining fact and fiction. Taking issue with post-structuralist and reader response theories of discourse, Barbara Foley argues that fiction contains propositional content. Foley observes a historical materialist overview of the novel's changing modes of conveying cognition of the world beyond the text. Telling the Truth was described in a review in Modern Philology as, quote, proposing a powerful theory for dealing with the assertions made by fictional texts, ... This is one of those rare books that will change the way we think about literature, end quote. Radical Representations, Politics, and Form in U.S. Proletarian Fiction, 1929 to 1941, reflects Foley's interest in Depression-era literary radicalism, arguing against the Cold War paradigms that continue to shape scholarship on left-wing writing. Foley examines contemporaneous debates over art and propaganda, investigates the relationship between left politics and literary form, and proposes an anatomy of the modes of proletarian fiction. The reviewers for Melus, M-E-L-U-S, wrote that Barbara Foley, quote, has written a superbly researched and argued book that is a must-read for anyone interested in gaining a better understanding of the difficult project of creating a radical culture sensitive to issues of race, class, and gender in the effort to build an egalitarian society, end quote. Foley's third book, Spectres of 1919, Class and Nation in the Making of the New Negro, published in 2003, I just want to make sure I'm recording. Oh, sorry, I had a panic. Explores the radical origins of the Harlem Renaissance, Alain Locke's formulation of the New Negro as culture hero in his influential 1925 The New Negro, an interpretation Barbara Foley argues was premised upon banishing the figure of the New Negro as social revolutionary that prevails in the late 1910s and early 1920s. The reviewer for American Literature designated Spectres of 1919, quote, a carefully argued, nuanced presentation of the genesis of the Harlem Renaissance. Foley's breadth of knowledge in American radical history is impressive, end quote. In the Journal of American Studies, the book was described as, quote, lucid and useful, ... a heavyweight intervention. It prompts significant rethinking of the ideological and representational strategies structuring the era, end quote. God, this is so long. Fuck. In Wrestling with the Left, the Making of Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man, Foley shifts the focus of her scholarship onto a detailed engagement with a single text. Here she undertakes a reconstruction of the process by which Ellison composed his novel between 1945 and 1952. Foley's investigation of the thousands of pages of draft manuscript and notes yields the conclusion that the novel familiar to readers was the product of multiple reconceptualizations and revisions. Now viewed as a Cold War classic, Invisible Man was begun, she proposed, as a proletarian novel somewhat sympathetic with the left. The assessment appearing in African American Review asserted, quote, After Foley's analysis of the material in Ellison's drafts, one in fact gains an even greater appreciation for the richness and complexity of what remains one of the great works of American literature, end quote. The reviewer of Wrestling with the Left for Cultural Logic, noting Foley's treatment of politics and form, continued that, quote, Foley challenges not only prevailing views of Ellison and Invisible Man, and not only dominant views of early to mid-20th century U.S. history involving the communist left, literary and otherwise, but dominant conceptions of, quote, literature and, quote, literary greatness as such, end quote. Foley's 2014 book, Jean Toomer, Race, Repression, and Revolution, displays her growing interest in biography as a necessary component of Marxist criticism, invoking hitherto unexplored portions of the Toomer archive and expanding upon Frederick Jameson's formulation of the political unconscious. Barbara Foley offers a new approach to both Toomer the Man and Cain the book. Nathan Grant, Toomer scholar and editor of African American Review, has written, quote, Barbara Foley's contribution to Toomer studies newly places Toomer within the context of both early 20th century left politics and, quote, new Negro, end quote, sensibility. Any assessment of the Harlem Renaissance is made all the richer by Foley's study, with which subsequent scholarship must contend, with a D, end quote. According to Charles Scruggs, co-author of Jean Toomer and the Terrors of American History, published in 1998, quote, Barbara Foley has written a brilliant book on Toomer. I would go so far as to say it is also the best research book on Toomer that exists, end quote. In Marxist literary criticism today, Foley focuses on matters of pedagogy, although the ability of capitalism to meet the needs of the majority of the world's people is being increasingly called into question, and many people look to literature for insight into the relationship between consciousness and material reality. There have been no general introductions to Marxist literary criticism since the books published by Terry Eagleton, Marxism and Literary Criticism, and Raymond Williams, Marxism and Literature, in the late 1970s. Filling this gap with a study attuned to the concerns of the 21st century, Barbara Foley lays out the key principles of Marxist theory, historical materialism, political economy, and ideology critique, essential to the study of literature. After examining the ways in which Marxist criticism both overlaps with and differs from other analytical approaches, she outlines principal debates that continue to shape the field of Marxist criticism. The book culminates in an extended study of a wide range of literary works, from the poetry of Matthew Arnold to E.L. James's 50 Shades of Grey to the proletarian verse of Langston Hughes, which illustrate Marxism's distinct contribution to an understanding of the connections between literature and society. Foley's book-length studies have been accompanied over the years by a series of articles and anthology contributions that exhibit Foley's concerns as both a scholar and an activist. Foley's attention to developments in China is reflected in a critical analysis of politics and economics appearing in Science and Society and the magazine the journal Cultural Logic. Articles appearing in such journals as Science and Society, Mediations, Biography, Rethinking Marxism, Cultural Logic, Cultural Critique, Genre, American Quarterly, Comparative Literature, display Barbara Foley's participation in debates over post-structuralism, deconstruction, Marxist theory, intersectionality, and the connections between race and class. Barbara Foley's engagement with politics and the profession is reflected in several interviews appearing in Dialogues on Cultural Studies, Reconstruction, Workplace, Minnesota Review, and Mediations, as well as in symposium review essays featured in World Bank Literature, Contemporary Literature, New England Quarterly, and College Literature. Throughout her career, her interest in situating a range of U.S. writers in political and historical contexts has resulted in readings appearing in such journals as African American Review, Obsidian, Cultural Logic, American Literature, Modern Fiction Studies, PMLA, Genre, and College Literature. For a complete listing of Foley's writings, as well as direct internet access to her articles and book chapters, see her webpage. Okay, so I apologize for that very long description, and I didn't even get to her book yet. The description of radical representatives by Barbara Foley says, in this revisionary study, Barbara Foley challenges prevalent myths about left-wing culture in the Depression era, focusing on a broad range of proletarian novels and little-known archival material. The author recaptures an important literature and rewrites a segment of American cultural history long obscured and distorted by the anti-communist bias of contemporaries and critics. Josephine Herbst, William Attaway,
Jack Conroy, Thomas Bell, and Tilly Olson are among the radical writers whose work fully re-examines her fresh approach to the U.S. radicals' debates over experimentalism, the relation of art to propaganda, and the nature of proletarian literature, recast the relation of writers to the organized left. Her grasp of the left's position on the, quote, Negro question, end quote, and the, quote, women question, end quote, enables a nuanced analysis of the relationship of class to race and gender in the proletarian novel. Moreover, examining the articulation of political doctrine in different novelistic modes fully develops a model for discussing the interplay between politics and literary conventions and genres. Radical Representations covers a literature of theoretical and artistic value, meriting renewed attention from those interested in American literature, American studies, the U.S. left, and cultural studies generally. Back to the text. Radical Representatives, Politics and Forms in U.S. Proletarian Fiction, 1929 to 1941, by Barbara Foley, is described by her publisher as a work which, quote, recaptures an important literature and rewrites a segment of American cultural history long obscured and distorted by the anti-communist bias of contemporaries and subsequent critics, end quote. That Barbara Foley recaptures an important literature I do not dispute. I may not agree with her literary taste or her evaluation of individual authors, but that is not my concern here. My interest is in the politics of her cultural history. For all the imposing number of references and substantive footnotes, Foley reveals that Foley doesn't have a clue about the nature of the American Communist Party or the Soviet Union and their interlocking relationship. Barbara Foley's perception of the fundamentals of Stalinist society and Stalinist parties is impaired by her theoretical framework, established with a defiant display of in-your-face know-nothingness when she states flat out that, quote, at various points in this discussion, I shall treat the terms anti-communist, end quote, anti-Marxist, and anti-Stalinist as interchangeable, end quote. What the fuck? If we factor out the antis in her formulation, what looms up is the suggestion that Stalinism and Marxism are interchangeable, and Foley treats them as such. With this interchangeability of socialism or Marxism and Stalinism as a guiding principle, Barbara Foley cannot write coherently and truthfully about her subject. Consistent with her pro-Stalinist bias, Barbara Foley categorically denies that Stalinism sought to subordinate art to politics and denies that, quote, art as a weapon, end quote, was a Stalinist homily. In fact, quote, contesting this view is a major thesis of radical representations. A major thesis of radical representations. I shall demonstrate that most Communist Party writers, while not guided by anything resembling a party line on aesthetic matters, were in fact uneasy with the view of literature as weaponry and repudiated the notion that proletarian literature should be written as propaganda, end quote. Emphasis added. Barbara Foley has as much chance of proving this major thesis as I do of proving, if I were so inclined, that the world is flat. How can she? Any person even minimally familiar with the history of the American Communist Party knows that the party did indeed have a line on, quote, aesthetic matters, that the line changed drastically in tandem with changing policies in the Soviet Union, that art was most certainly used as a weapon, and that in the party's cultural and political life, creative writers were pressured to produce propaganda advancing whatever happened to be the party line at the time. In truth, the atmosphere was such that pressure did not always have to be exerted, since self-censorship was so successfully cultivated. To deny that, quote, anything resembling, end quote, this was the case is to offer a picture of the communist world that is as flat as a pancake. Unquestionably, the party was less rigid on cultural issues than on questions directly political and of vital interest to the Soviet Union. Uncritical support of the Nazi-Soviet Pact or the People's Front Line was obviously more significant than developing a precise definition of proletarian literature. The party also understood that trying to enforce precise guidelines, allowing for no flexibility on aesthetic matters, would have costed dearly in the loss of support among intellectuals. It was more important to persuade intellectuals to dishonor themselves by signing party petitions saluting the Moscow trials. However, it is one thing to recognize the longer leash allowed party intellectuals, but quite another to insist that there was no party line at all. As evidence for her position, Barbara Foley quotes an Earl Browder speech at the party-dominated 1935 Writers' Congress, quote, "There is no fixed, quote, party line by which works of art can be separated into sheep and goats," end quote. This is supposed to reassure doubters that, quote, "as regards literary matters, the party, end bracket, really had no line at all," end quote. To take Browder's word, in spite of overwhelming evidence to the contrary, is like arguing that the Soviet Union in 1936, already turned into a charnel house, was the world's most democratic society because that year the Stalin Constitution was adopted, declaring the USSR a democratic society governed by the rule of law. Would Stalin lie? Would Browder tell a fib? If the party did not insist on aesthetic standards conforming to its political objectives, why was it that in 1940 Lillian Hellman's anti-Nazi play Watch on the Rhine was attacked in the communist new masses, while the same play, when it appeared as a film in 1942, was highly praised by communist reviewers? Was it due to differing aesthetic judgments, or rather a change of heart because in 1940, during the Hitler-Stalin Pact, a vigorous anti-Nazi policy was all but verboten, while in 1942 the Soviet Union was at war with its former collaborators? So, what did I say? Lillian Hellman? Did I say that right? Yeah, Lillian Hellman. Lillian Hellman lived from 1905 to 1984. Lillian Hellman was an American playwright, prose writer, memoirist, and screenwriter known for her success on Broadway, as well as her communist views and political activism. Lillian Hellman was blacklisted after appearance before the House Committee on Un-American Activities at the height of the anti-communist campaigns of 1947 to 1952. Although Lillian Hellman continued to work on Broadway in the 1950s, her blacklisting by the American film industry caused a drop in her income. Many praised Lillian Hellman for refusing to answer questions by the House Un-American Activities Committee, but others believed, despite her denial, that she had belonged to the Communist Party. As a playwright, Lillian Hellman had many successes on Broadway, including The Children's Hour, The Little Foxes, and its sequel, Another Part of the Forest, Watch on the Rhine, The Autumn Garden, and Toys in the Attic. Lillian Hellman adapted her semi-autobiographical play, The Little Foxes, into a screenplay which starred Bette Davis. Lillian Hellman was romantically involved with fellow writer and political activist Dashiell Hammett, who was also blacklisted for 10 years. The couple never married. Beginning in the late 1960s and continuing through to her death, Lillian Hellman turned to writing a series of popular memoirs of her colorful life and acquaintances. Lillian Hellman's accuracy was challenged in 1979 on the Dick Cavett Show when Mary McCarthy said of her memoirs that, quote, "every word she writes is a lie, including, quote, and quote, the," end quote. Lillian Hellman brought a defamation suit against McCarthy and Cavett, and during the suit, investigators found errors in Hellman's pentimento. They said that the, quote, Julius section of pentimento, which had been the basis for the Oscar-winning 1977 movie of the book of the same name, was actually based on the life of Muriel Gardner. Martha Gellhorn, one of the most prominent war correspondents of the 20th century, as well as Ernest Hemingway's third wife, said that Hellman's remembrances of Hemingway and the Spanish Civil War were wrong. McCarthy, Gellhorn, and others accused Lillian Hellman of lying about her membership in the Communist Party and of being a committed Stalinist. The defamation suit was unresolved at the time of Hellman's death in 1984. Lillian Hellman's executors eventually withdrew the complaint. Lillian Hellman's modern-day literary reputation rests largely on the plays and screenplays from the first three decades of her career, and not on the memoirs published later in her life. And Wikipedia says, Watch on the Rhine is a 1941 American play by Lillian Hellman, an essay on World War II, a contributor to the Companion to Southern Literature in 2002, wrote that the play's, quote, peculiar combination of drawing room comedy in a genteel southern home with sinister corruption of the Nazi regime in Europe, made for a unique and powerful drama, one strong enough to win the New York Drama Critics Circle Award. Back to the text. And if the party never had a line and never treated art as a weapon, what could have moved the well-known novelist and longtime party member Albert Maltz to complain so bitterly of the communist, quote, ... vulgarization of the theory of art which lies behind left-wing, bracket, read Communist Party, and bracket thinking, namely, art is a weapon, end quote. Wikipedia says Albert Maltz, who lived from 1908 to 1985, was an American playwright, fiction writer, and screenwriter. Albert Maltz is one of the Hollywood 10 who were jailed in 1950 for their 1947 refusal to testify before the U.S. Congress about their involvement in the Communist Party USA. They and many other U.S. entertainment industry figures were subsequently blacklisted, which denied Maltz employment in the industry for many years. Back to the text. Was Albert Maltz being misled by anti-Stalinist propaganda? And if the party had no line, why did it react so ferociously to Maltz's criticisms? A barrage so intense that after a few months, a battered Maltz capitulated, confessing to his error in a truly pitiful performance. Foley's no-line thesis is so fallible that Foley cannot sustain the myth and contradicts it as often as she affirms it, as when she writes, quote, ... on the whole, the Communist Party did, bracket, her emphasis, end bracket, function as its writers' ideological leadership, both inspiring its writers with a sense of revolutionary possibility and setting the limits, bracket, my emphasis, end bracket, within which they could imagine this possibility, end quote. Barbara Foley, meet Barbara Foley. Her discussion of the Communist Party USA and its relationship with the Soviet Union is riddled with contradictions. As with all revisionists anxious to invent a Communist Party with at least a minimal degree of autonomy, Barbara Foley places great emphasis on those instances where individual communist writers took exception to some aspect of Soviet cultural policy. Yet the reality is such that even she acknowledged that, quote, Soviet cultural developments clearly shaped the outlook and goals of American literary radicals, end quote. One might expect that a good historian, a serious cultural critic, and a conscientious Marxist would relate Soviet cultural developments, which, remember, quote, clearly shaped, end quote, American communist approach to culture to what was happening in Soviet society between 1929 and 1941, the period with which Foley is concerned. Yet when she discusses the notorious International Cultural Conference held in Kharkov in 1930, where a hard line on cultural questions was laid down, of which she says recalcitrant American communists were, quote, convinced, there is no suggestion that Kharkov was a major metropolis in Ukraine where the large-scale slaughter of peasants and destruction of villages is already underway in a dekulakization campaign that would take the lives of 5 million people. As if there was no connection between Stalin's murderous campaign of forced collectivization and the Stalinist campaign to impose a cultural policy on all communist parties, compatible with his drive to consolidate his personal power and consistent with the policies of the Third Period. And when Foley reports on speeches in the early 1930s by such luminaries as Bukharin and Radek, there is no mention of the fact that both would soon be executed. Nor is there an inkling in her discussion of cultural policy debates that countless hundreds of Soviet writers, critics, cultural theorists who participate in various cultural conferences, cultural conferences she refers to, would soon be humiliated, persecuted, and murdered. Foley does not completely ignore the, quote, Russian question, and Foley is not totally uncritical of Stalinist Russia, but then who is other than some fire-breathing dinosaur? Thus, she lists her reservations about, quote, the forced collectivization of the peasantry, the proclamation of the end of the class struggle in the USSR in the 1930s, exclamation point, bracket, exclamation point, end bracket. The abolition of abortion in 1936, the stress upon Great Russian chauvinism in the Patriotic War, the resurgence of anti-Semitism in the post-war period, the mass incarcerations and executions, end quote. Perhaps to warn the reader who might think that she is succumbing to anti-Stalinism, parenthesis, interchangeable, remember, with anti-Marxism, end parenthesis, in her very next breath, Foley applauds the, quote, tremendous achievements that also occurred in this period, the involvement of millions of workers in socialist construction, the emancipation of women from feudalistic practices, the struggle against racism and anti-Semitism, the fostering of previously suppressed minority cultures, ... end quote. Barbara Foley. On socialist construction, not just, quote, millions of workers, but tens of millions of workers were involved in Soviet construction. That includes, of course, millions of slave laborers, an entire proletariat already deprived by any voice on the conditions of their labor or on the goal of that construction or the quality of their lives. Barbara Foley might want to explain why construction by slave laborers and a brutally exploited working class is, quote, socialist. On the emancipation of women, just 10 lines above her announcement that Stalinism freed women from feudalistic practices, Foley took critical note of the abolition of abortion in 1936. Wasn't this anti-abortion policy in the spirit of feudalistic practices? And in her research, hasn't Foley come across the wealth of documentation that confirms that what so many already knew years ago, that the condition of women's lives during the Stalin era was one of utter degradation? On racism and the struggle against anti-Semitism. Again, a few lines earlier, she noted the resurgence of anti-Semitism in the post-war period. How does that translate into a struggle against anti-Semitism? And isn't Barbara Foley aware of the abundant material documenting the virulence of anti-Semitism throughout the Stalin era and later? As for racism, she fails to understand that the outbreak of racism in contemporary Russia had its historic roots in the Stalin era and earlier. New section. On minority cultures. Another outrage is plotted. Anyone who reads a newspaper is surely aware that a major cause of the disintegration of the USSR were the profound historic and justifiable grievances of tens of millions of non-Great Russians, the Chechens, Volga Germans, Ukrainians, Armenians, Georgians, and Muslim people of the Northern Caucasus, etc. Actually, a majority of the USSR's population, not only were their cultures suppressed, but entire minority peoples were displaced and sent to the Gulag. Finally, I would like to reassure Barbara Foley that Stalin never abandoned, quote, the class struggle in the USSR in the mid-1930s, end quote, but raised that struggle against the working class to previously unimaginable heights. New section. Imagine the Communist Party in power. To get at the fundamental character of American communism, we can borrow a useful method of discussing a problem favored by the old socialist left. It was the, quote, what if, end quote, approach that was often a fanciful way of getting to the essence of a question realistically. In that spirit, I posed the question to all those revisionist historians working long hours to prove that the communist movement of the 30s, 40s, and later enjoyed an autonomous or semi-autonomous relationship to the Soviet Union and was such a force for good in American society. What if, by some extraordinary miracle, the Communist Party had become the governmental power in this country during that period? Wouldn't this have posed a calamitous threat to democracy? Wherever communist parties did come to power, whether installed on the tips of Soviet bayonets as in Eastern Europe or riding the crest of powerful mass upsurges, as in China, Cuba, and North Vietnam, the reigning Communist Party instinctively moved to destroy independent trade unions, clamped down on social activism, illegalized opposition parties, destroyed all civil liberties, instituted purges, and arranged executions. Why should one believe that the American Communist Party in power would have behaved any differently? Why doubt that unions would have been dismantled or metamorphosed into party-controlled state institutions, autonomous social movements prohibited, political opposition criminalized, cultural and social life straitjacketed? Former communist leader Dorothy Healy put it this way, quote, "I would not deny the fact that in the 1930s, and by and large our concept of what a socialist America would look like would not have included the freedom of dissent, the right to disagree, the right to organize separate parties. We would probably have considered that a political heresy." End quote. Dorothy Healy. Wikipedia says Dorothy Healy lived from 1914 to 2006 and was a long-time activist in the Communist Party USA from the late 1920s to the 1970s. In the 1930s, she was one of the first union leaders to advocate for the rights of Chicanos and African Americans as factory and field workers. During the decades of the 1950s and 1960s, Healy was one of the leading public figures of the Communist Party USA in the state of California, an opponent of the Warsaw Pact invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968, and at odds with the Orthodox Soviet leadership of Gus Hall. Healy subsequently left the Communist Party USA to join the New American Movement, which emerged to become part of the Democratic Socialists of America in 1982. Dorothy Healy became a national vice chair of the Democratic Socialists of America. Didn't Gus Hall? I think Gus Hall ran for president with Angela Davis. You know, the ostensible critical theorist. Back to the text. Had General Secretary William Z. Foster, through some less than divine intervention, been propelled into the Oval Office in, say, 1948, who among us could doubt that the recently defrocked ex-General Secretary Earl Browder would have been summarily dispatched? Why should old rivals and useful scapegoats have enjoyed greater longevity in this imaginary American nightmare than in the very real existing phantasmagoria of communist Czechoslovakia, Poland, Hungary, Cuba, etc.? Didn't the Communist Party USA suggest that John L. Lewis be imprisoned for pulling miners out on strike during the post-June 22 phase of World War II, with A. Philip Randolph sent to keep him company in prison because of his struggle against Jim Crow in the Army, and in the war economy presumably hurt the war effort? Didn't they applaud jailing political opponents during the war and justify, quote, as a necessary war measure, end quote, the Roosevelt administration's rounding up of 120,000 Japanese Americans and sending them off to concentration camps? Is there any reason to doubt that had the party been in power, it would have gone Roosevelt and Truman one better in smashing anything and everything it saw interfering with the war, not so much for the purpose of defeating Nazism as for defending the Stalinist state, and not just to defend the Stalinist state, but to consolidate the Stalinist state's power and create a party-state in the image of Soviet despotism? When Earl Browder praised Stalin with undisguised elation because in Russia, quote, the Trotskyists and Bukharinites have been detected in their nefarious work, rounded up and put out of business, end quote, can any serious historian believe that in power Browder and his party would not have, quote, rounded up, end quote, their enemies and, quote, put them out of business, end quote, just as their mentor did? Browder altered his party and nation that, quote, alerted his party and nation that, quote, some pacifists have become no better than the conscious agents of Hitler and Mussolini, end quote, and that, quote, the time has come to end the fascist menace to world peace, end quote. Had Browder and the party the opportunity, is there reason to doubt that they would have ended this pacifist fascist threat in a way that would have made Stalin proud? Are revisionist historians American exceptionalists? Where am I? Do they believe that a, quote, Soviet America under communist auspices would have been any different, an exception to the rule that wherever Stalinist parties came to power, civil society was shattered? Consider, too, that the Communist Party USA sought to approximate an internal atmosphere and procedures that drew inspiration from the totalitarian model in power. Fortunately, the party had no enforcement powers more menacing than expulsion and ostracism. Nevertheless, the authoritarian impulses were deeply rooted. What is remarkable is that in the period of escalating terror, there was more dissent expressed in the Soviet Party than in its American affiliate! Exclamation point. At least in the early 30s, a number of Soviet Party members led by Mikhail Ryutin signed and circulated a document calling for a halt to the brutal policy of Stalinist collectivization of agriculture and forced industrialization, and included the demand that Stalin be removed. Not only did Ryutin and his comrades attack Stalin, but so did any number of anonymous members of the Soviet Party who, at great personal risk, managed to get letters and articles to opposition journals abroad. I have yet to learn of any comparable document originating in the U.S. before the Duclos letter calling for the removal of Earl Browder during his tenure, and in my own research on American communism, including reading the works of many revisionist historians, I have not come across a reference to a single article or a footnote in the party press, or an entry in a diary, or a letter from one friend to another which so much as hinted as of a disagreement with the maximum leader of the communist movement. Yet we know that of the hundreds of thousands who joined the party in the Stalin era, not all could have agreed with the important party positions that were of vital concern to the Soviet Union. The question then is, if an American Communist Party out of power could achieve this level of conformity on the basis of party discipline, and which could only rely on moral suasion and psychological intimidation, what would be the atmosphere in the party and society if the Communist Party USA were the ruling party and had at its disposal all the state instruments of coercion? New section. The nature of Stalinist parties. Our critical commentary on the misuse of social history touches a larger issue debated under the rubric of the Russian question. What is the nature of Stalinist parties? This question is not that much of a conundrum for those who view the Soviet Union as a, quote, degenerated worker state, from which it followed that national communist parties were a legitimate but badly deformed wing of the international labor movement. But what of socialists who perceived the Soviet Union not as an imperfect worker state, but as the dominion of a new parasitic totalitarian class with an omnipresent and omniscient communist party in command of all aspects of political, social, and economic life? From this perspective, servile national communist parties cast in the same ideological mold and with the same aspirations were neither socialist organizations nor in any meaningful sense, quote, of the left, end quote. If one agrees that, quote, the left is an umbrella term for a multitude of tendencies whose political common denominator includes a basic commitment to democracy and social justice. Logically, it made as little sense to speak of an organized, quote, Stalinist left as it does to refer to, quote, an anti-democratic Democrat, end quote. Logically, it made as little sense to speak of an organized, quote, Stalinist left as it does to refer to, quote, an anti-democratic Democrat, or, quote, an anti-socialist socialist, or an anti-leftist left. Quote, Stalinist left is an oxymoron just as anti-Stalinist left is a redundancy, since to be of the left is by definition to be anti-totalitarian, which also assumes to be anti-Stalinist. Nevertheless, in our propaganda and political functioning, the old socialist left never ignored the paradoxes and subtleties of communist parties. Although the Communist Party USA placed itself in service to a totalitarian state power, it was not equated to a fascist party. The American Communist Party was not the German-American Bund. Here, as in all advanced capitalist countries, the communist movement sought a mass base in the working class and from oppressed minorities. It functioned within most progressive social movements and laid its greatest emphasis on trade union work. These were hardly the areas of operation for the Bund or the American Silver Shirts. What are the American Silver Shirts? I didn't know that. Wikipedia says the Silver Shirts or the Silver Legion of America. The Silver Legion of America, commonly known as the Silver Shirts, is an American fascist and pro-Nazi organization which was founded by William Dudley Pelley and headquartered in Asheville, North Carolina. Back to the text. For all the inner contradictions of Stalinism in power that would prove its undoing, there was a social dynamism to the Stalinist party state and its satellite parties rooted in their ideological pretensions, which appeared to address the problems of the poor and the exploited, clothed in a language that often bore a surface resemblance to the idiom of proletarian and social solidarity, of Marxism. The Bund or nativist fascist movements here hardly comparable. They sought enlistment on the basis of raw pseudo-populist rhetoric mingling with strident chauvinism and grotesquely racist, anti-Semitic, and anti-labor propaganda. Thus the contempt we had for the Communist Party ideologically and as a movement wed to a totalitarian state was not translated into personal political animus. We did, after all, appear to share certain values and objectives with the communist rank and file. Communists joined the party moved by basic human and social values that we shared, among them opposition to racial discrimination and all forms of bigotry, and recruits were attracted to the Communist Party by its lip service to socialist principles. We even laid common claim to certain traditions and heroes, the Paris Commune and the Russian Revolution, Marx, Engels, and Debs. Of course, our list included Trotsky and those murdered, and of course our list included Trotsky, whose murder they celebrated, and theirs included Stalin, his executioner. Yet for all the paradoxes and contradictions between the generous impulses of the rank and file and the objective realities of American Stalinism as an organized movement, it is the latter which is historically decisive, and the fact that Stalinism used some dialect of the language of socialism and liberation did not disguise Stalinism's real voice, which is heard in the cries of the condemned and the dying in the gulag and torture chambers. The death rattle of millions succumbing to starvation during the years of dekulakization and forced industrialization. Stalinism's authentic voice is the forced silence of people denied a voice in deciding their own destiny. While the American Party, with the membership which truly sought a better world, spoke to the working class, it listened to, parroted, and obeyed the authorities and instruction of a totalitarian state, alien to the proletariat, inimical to socialism. The real voice of American Stalinism was little more than the Kremlin echo. Okay, so that's the end of the piece. Thank you so much for listening. I think I personally learned a lot from listening to that. I hope the length of it didn't discourage you. And if you heard this to the end, thank you.